Good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome everyone to tonight's regularly scheduled board meeting on December 13th, 2023. Thank you all for being in attendance with us this evening. I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order and establish a quorum.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nachbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to notify the audience that tonight's open session will be audio taped and streamed. And may I please get a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nachbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Great, thank you. I'll go ahead and lead everybody in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Before we proceed to agenda item E, I'd like to welcome Dr. Valerie Pitts to the meeting this evening, and also legal counsel William Tunick from DWK, both joining us tonight in person. Thank you both very much for making the trip. We appreciate it. Moving on to agenda item E, this is student representative, ACT, CSEA comments, Board of Education, and interim superintendent status updates, as well has any information that we all have about recent meetings, conferences, and events that we've attended. So I'll go ahead and start with our student representative, Marcus Mickey.
Thank you, Board President Hines. I'll start with the events and activities report. From November 27th through December 1st, at the high school, we hosted the CASA gift drive, and we collected more than 300 gifts for the court-appointed special advocates of Monterey County, which supports children and youth in foster care. On December 1st, it was the City of Carmel tree and menorah lighting. While there, I saw students from the high school, middle school, and elementary school singing to the community. On December 7th, it was the Tularcitos Kindergarten Band performance. Through December 4th to the 8th, it was the drive for the Carmel Valley Angel Project at CMS. They collected toothbrushes, socks, toiletries, flashlights, and more for underserved families in Carmel Valley. They donated 2 full collection bins. On December 9th, it was the Lyceum Conference for the CHS Model United Nations Club, held at the Middlebury Institute this year. 4 students received awards, 2 for their outstanding position papers, and 2 for outstanding representation of their respective countries' policies. On the 12th of December, it was the winter concert at the middle school. Today, December 13th, the CHS Principal Student Advisory Group met for the first time, and they'll be helping Principal Ms. Duthman inform her decisions on issues such as parking on campus, among many others as well. On the 14th this week, it will be the winter concert at Tularcitos for 5th graders, as well as the string concert at the River School. This week has been the week of winter at the high school. We've been offering students beverages like hot chocolate every morning. Our environmental commissioner and student council has made it so students are supposed to bring their own mugs, but we do still provide a limited number of compostable cups for those who don't bring mugs. Also this week has been the CMS Food Bank fundraiser, which has been organized into a class competition with 6th, 7th, and 8th graders competing against each other. As of today, they've raised $1,834. 6th grade is in first place, 8th grade is in second, and 7th is in third. The goal is to earn $5,000 by this Friday, so if you are able to, please donate in the next 2 days. Also this Friday will be the Captain Cooper ice skating field trip. On November 29th, I went to the Student Board Member Annual Conference in San Francisco. There were some obstacles in the registration process, but I was ultimately able to attend, and I'm very glad that I did. The whole purpose of the program is to empower student board members to know their rights and responsibilities. Students from schools across California come to this event every year. I strongly urge every future board member to participate. Some of the things I learned that student board members have the right to is to attend meetings and receive all open session materials, make motions that may be acted upon by the board, be appointed to subcommittees, invited to attend other functions of the board, and many more. I also learned about Assembly Bill 261, and what this stipulates is that student members of school district governing boards will be automatically granted preferential voting rights. And this is defined as a formal expression of opinion that is recorded in the minutes and cast before the official vote of the board, but is not part of the final vote tally. Previously, we would have been required to submit a petition to the board to receive preferential voting rights, but this bill from 2018 deletes that provision from statute. In student council at the high school, I've been taking this into account in our recent discussion about the possibility of separating the associate student body president and student board member roles because of how much the roles differ, as well as increasing responsibilities of the student board member, especially were this to be implemented. I support preferential voting rights and believe that they should be exercised, but before doing so, I'm just trying to ensure that we're assessing its implications, specifically as it would pertain to amending the ASB Constitution. We also learned about the Brown Act. They glossed over the basics of what the legislation entails, and they also provide us with an extensive packet that I'll be reading through. That's everything for me, and thank you for listening.
Great, thank you so much. We'll move on to our association representatives. We'll start with the Association of Carmel Teachers with Elizabeth Marsh, the president of ACT.
Thanks for thinking I was this tall. Good evening. To begin with, the Association of Carmel Teachers would like to thank the school board for hearing our wish to provide staff input for the important decision of appointing a superintendent and honoring that wish. As you'll later hear from Dr. Valerie Pitts, who gathered that input, many educators shared their thoughts and concerns. Again, thank you to the school board for showing that you value teachers' voice. I would also like to thank the board for their individual conversations that we've been able to have over the last month. I'm grateful for the time and energy that you've put into building relationships with me and other ACT leaders. I know that in the last month you've attended a conference, done training, and worked on the school board governance handbook, and your willingness to learn and grow as your publicly questioned shows dedication and resilience and is appreciated. Finally, I'd like to thank Sharon. The work you're doing as superintendent, regardless of which word prefaces that title, is incredibly challenging. We often hear that Carmel is different, and in many ways it is. However, the national and state trends that are happening in education are occurring here too. That chaos, combined with our local turmoil, must be exhausting. Thank you for enduring and showing up. And a personal thank you for the hard conversations that we've had that have ultimately led me to feeling hopeful that we can find a way to make things better together. And in the holiday spirit, I'll end my comments with the CUSD educator wish list. Dear CUSD School Board, we've been really good this year. We do not want mistakes from the past to be made again by rushing a decision. We do want stability, support, healthy relationships with district administrators, the ability to get our questions answered in a timely manner, the ability to focus on the fine work we have consistently been engaged in to educate our students. Thank you for incredible hard work, and have a nice evening.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'd like to welcome Lisa Brazeau, president of CSCA, the California School Employees Association.
And I'm much shorter. I want to begin also with a thank you to board members for heeding the requests to publicly create a plan to move forward with the selection and appointment of our next superintendent. We greatly appreciate your listening to the classified staff input. At our meeting last night, members mentioned their participation in Zoom meetings, phone conversations, and emails, and all expressed their appreciation of that opportunity and that process. This process should not slow the district down in its forward progression toward improving the education of our students. Therefore, I have a challenge for you to provide Ms. Ofek with the full ability and authority to move the district forward, regardless of the interim in her title. Ms. Ofek currently holds 2 positions in the district, which we feel prohibits her from focusing solely on the superintendent role. Since the removal of our last superintendent, the board and board meetings have focused a lot of time attention and energy on our past and this district's mistakes. And I challenge you to allow Ms. Ofek the ability to both clean up our house, to ensure that we account for our past transgressions, but maybe just as important or more important to me is to create a process by which we catapult our district into being the best place in the country to receive a compulsory education. Students and their education need to return to the center of our conversations at all levels within the district, and that starts in this room, in these meetings. For so long now, the focus has been on negative aspects of district operations, and I, in the Christmas spirit, want to point out a couple of positives. So according to Niche, which is the school ranking website that many homeowners and realtors use and everybody looks at, and it gets published all over the place, CUSD is ranked 12th out of 504 districts in the state for the quality of the education it provides to our students. I'd say that's pretty good. Greatschools.org gives CUSD a 9 on a scale of 1 to 10. So both of these websites rank us at an A+. We're not perfect. We're a human organization and we make human mistakes. But I challenge all of us, the community, the board, the people who work in the district, to shift our focus from the errors of the adults back to the progress of our students. Thank you. Have a good holiday.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I'd like to move on to updates from the Board of Education, and we'll go ahead and start with you, Carl, and move down the line.
Well, it didn't make the CSBA conference, and I'm really here to listen. I want to know what you think and what you feel about moving us forward. I think it's really important. You know, the other thing I have to say is this number 770 on the superintendent's salary has not been 770. We put out a notice some time ago that we were going to get some support for the JPA, Joint Powers, and we did. It was a $145,000 contribution. So that salary goes from 770 to about 640, which is something that the community needs to know. And quite frankly, right now we've got one person doing two jobs. So there's another piece of that. So I don't know why we don't daylight that, but I think it's important for people to know. So I'm here to listen.
Thanks, Carl. Jason?
Hi. I was able to attend the CSBA conference, and I went to a pre-session on the Wednesday before for board member training. I thought I was really lucky because Annette Yee Steck was one of the facilitators, and she's a former board member here, former board member president, longtime board member. So she had a lot of insights that I got to catch up with her on in the break times. There was other study sessions that not study sessions, they call them sessions, but they discussed high-functioning boards, board relationships with superintendents, so I got to learn a lot there. A couple of takeaways I got: that high-functioning boards are student-centric focused, focusing 80% of their time on the students and nothing else. And they kind of had a 3-tier breakdown of high-functioning boards to mediocre boards to dysfunctioning boards. And we need to move back towards a high-functioning board and become student-centric, and support our staff, because indirectly that supports the students. I think we need to get back to policies and procedures. That's the only way to do it, that we go by the book and nothing else, because then there's only one solution. It's in black and white. Nobody can argue it. There's no mavericks, no outside stepping. So I was grateful to learn everything that I did there. Another highlight was I got to go see the executive assistant training, which was led by Michelle Gonsalves from our group, and Trisha Zarevic, a former executive assistant in our group. So that was neat to check in on her and see how she definitely shined. Beyond that, after the conference, I went to a site visit with Sharon and met with, I can't recall her name now. Laura, yes. We met with Laura. She walked us through all the preschool care there. I was really impressed with everything that they had going on and the way that they
run the program and allow kids to make their own decisions and teach them how to be patient and express their emotions. There was little things on the board to talk about how they felt that day. I really felt that if I'd gone through that kind of schooling, my life would be a lot different. I would have had a lot bigger head start. So I'm really impressed that that's what we offer in this district. And it shows with the students that we put out. Beyond that, I don't have much to say, and I thank you all for.
Thanks, Jason. Anne Marie?
Hello, everyone. I went to the CSBA pre-conference, and I was able to catch up with a couple of people during the other sessions that I was able to miss. I had personal business that I needed to take care of. I learned board governance 3.0, essentially. It was interesting to participate in that. Found out that most of the boards have some kind of board hell that they all go through, whatever version it is that they're going through. I met up with trustees from Orange School District, from Temecula School District, and they are going through some interesting versions of their own personal stuff. But what I came away with was that experienced board members are addressing the hard questions. They're not backing away from doing that in public. They are listening to what the public has to say and having an interchange back and forth, and that they are really working on trying to change the culture within their own school by really sticking to having those hard discussions. You cannot bury your head in the sand. You have to come up and face the music at some point in time. When I came back, I went to a cybersecurity conference. It was held from MCOE, and it was online. It was a whole bunch of, it was a lot of very technical stuff that went on at the, going back and forth, with the two-factor authentication and, all the new things that you need to be doing. But I came away with 3 takeaways from it. Brace for a world of constant change. And it's okay to feel ignorant every day. And be skeptical of everything and question everything. So those were the things that I came away from there. I went to a community human services meeting. I met with a couple of people from Career Tech Ed, and I really, I'm going to put out, there's a couple of big elephants that are in the room that are kind of sucking down all the air, and just here are the hard topics that I'm looking at that we're going to be taking a look at as a board in the near future. Ethnic studies is coming up. CUSD being in the news, and our scores and what we're going to do about it and how we're going to handle that as a whole entire group, stakeholders and board members together. I have one last thing that I wanted to address. I have an email came my way yesterday from the FPPC, which is the Fair Political Practices Commission, which anyone who has ever run for office has to put their information out there, fill out a Form 700. I know that quite a few people here got a missive today about it. My accountant, my personal accountant, and my personal attorney and I have worked on a response with this. It is not coming from any funds from the district. I have houses in this district. I have said it out loud in this very meeting. It's on YouTube. They are occupied by family members. I do not rent them out. I have open space that I have multiple acres, 640 to be precise, that my father homesteaded in the 1920s. It is pristine wilderness, and it is not rented, and it butts up against Los Padres National Forest. I have indeed had one corporation. It had one name before it. I changed the name, and I dissolved it in 2017, well before I became on this board. I have other land that is outside of this district and the 2-mile perimeter, but that is nothing that affects my income that comes in within this district. I have a letter from my accountant right here, somewhere, that I will show anybody who wants to know what I'm about to send to the FPPC tomorrow in response to this allegation. So, and the people who were on that text chain that sent it out to question what I'm doing and where I'm going with it, I will be loading that letter from my accountant up onto that text chain so everybody can read what is going to be there prior to the FPPC reading it. So you're going to get it in a timely fashion. I want to let you know once again that my accountant's time, my personal attorney's time is all my bill. It is not going to the district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seabury?
Hi, everyone. So I have just a couple updates as well. Marcus, I love that you're refocusing on the preferential voting. I know your predecessor was looking into that too, so I hope you make some headway on that. I think it's great that you're looking into that. I also attended the CSBA conference last week. It was fantastic. I made the time to go up there and really take advantage of being up there. I think that it's an incredible opportunity to talk to other school board members, to compare notes, to understand, first of all, which was so important for me, that our country is really dealing with this all over. Many school boards are being impacted by anger and people being upset and questioning, and it's across the board. And it felt good to know that there were other communities that were dealing with this as well. So I really appreciated the time to be able to interact with other school board members and really learn from them. Some very experienced that have been doing this almost as long as Carl. I attended a lot of great sessions. The one that stood out to me the most was on Friday morning. It was an early morning session, and it was all about board governance, the handbook, policies, and then evaluation. And I took all of those documents and brought them home. And as a result of that, thankfully, we're going to be going through the handbook today as a first read through, because I agree with Jason that if we just continue to focus on best practices and protocols and the board governance, a lot of, I think, the issues that we run into will kind of go away, because it's just black and white. You either follow the policy or you don't. And then also, I wholeheartedly agree with most of my board members that, yeah, it's all about the students. So we're just going to continue to focus on the governance and the policy that's in place, best practices, and focus on the students. I mean, because how can we go wrong if we continue to do that? And another big takeaway for me was the acknowledgement that without a healthy board, which includes 5 of us plus the superintendent, we won't have a healthy school district to some extent. And so I'm really committing to refocusing on that as well, and making sure that our relations between board members and as a whole we're all working together. In addition to that, I wanted to give a couple updates about the environmental clubs, who I love working with. Carmel Middle School Environmental Club, they're spending some time educating students about food waste and composting on campus. Unfortunately, they found some trash in the compost, and so the environmental club leader actually goes in and pulls out the trash from the compost. And right now they only have 1 bin, but Mr. Dan Paul has agreed to get another couple bins on campus there. And today they were actually making holiday paper by coloring and painting paper bags. And then the Carmel High School has been pretty active. They're looking at landscaping the gardens outside of the library and some other places around campus, looking at native plants and drought-resistant plants. They're doing a lot of research about what would be best use on campus, and then looking at what other districts are doing to make sure that what they're proposing is feasible. And they've also done a couple beach cleanups and have done some restoration work through the environmental, the APES class, environmental science class. And I think that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you. I just have a few updates as well. I was also able to attend CSBA, and like my fellow board member said, it was such a wonderful experience to connect with other board members, other superintendents, and Jason and I also had the opportunity to meet the person, the facilitator, who is guiding us through our equity inclusion course that we're taking. So it was wonderful to be able to meet her in person. And speaking of the equity and inclusion course that we're taking, there was no fourth session in December. So the fourth session will take place in January. So we're looking forward to speaking to the board in January with the next steps on creating a district equity statement and what the next steps in that involve. So we'll be looking forward to having that discussion. But some of the sessions that I attended also with Seabury were a lot based on board governance and the best communication for parents and guardians when they are wanting to communicate regarding their child. So I brought this. I think you have a copy, but and we can upload this example to our website. This was from Beverly Hills School District, so they sort of did a flow chart for parents on the best way to approach when you have an issue with your student or with your child. And I think it's laid out in a really clear and concise way. So there's a lot of time to talk with other school board members about best practices. And like I said, it's just a lot of wonderful information that's available to you in a way that's very personable. So that was great. And I think I also had the same takeaway with the session on the handbook and how different school districts are using that to really start bringing their board to a higher functioning level. So I am happy that we are going to do the first read tonight, and we'll talk more about that when we get to that agenda item. And with that, I will pass it off to Sharon.
Thank you. I also attended CSBA, but you've heard about the themes of the sessions that we attended. So I've written something a little bit different, more along the lines of summary statements about where we've been and where I hope we're going. So as we near the close of the very first semester of this school year, transitioning from a season of gratitude to one of celebration, I would like to express my deep appreciation to all members of our district. The unwavering commitment of our students to their academic, social, emotional, and physical well-being truly embodies the spirit and values at the very, very core of our district. Despite the challenges we've encountered, it's important to recognize the progress that we've achieved in various focus areas within the district. Though not always forward-facing, there's a lot of progress being made. And this progress serves as a testament to our collective efforts. Looking forward to the new year, which is typically a time for reflection and resolutions. Our steadfast focus remains on matters that directly impact our students and that are crucial to fostering their growth and ensuring their success. As we embrace the learnings from the past and embark on the upcoming semester, my hope is that together we will commit to effecting meaningful change in the experiences of both our students and our staff. So I would like to say that I would like us to continue our journey toward excellence together as we navigate the year ahead and what's to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. And thank you for all the hard work that you're doing. All right, agenda item F. This is public comment on non-agendized open session and closed session agenda items. This is where the members of the public may address the board regarding items on the open session, closed session, or topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda at this time. Members wishing to address the board are allotted 3 minutes per speaker, per item, or per topic. The board is committed to maintaining a respectful and productive environment, so we hope everybody this evening can be respectful in their comments. So we will go ahead and start with public comment number 92.
Excuse me. Hi, I'm Bobby Pfeiffer. Sorry, I suck at public speaking and I'm so nervous every time, even though I don't have to be. Thank you all for keep showing up. You guys are amazing. It's been a long day and I kind of used up my coherence quota for the day, so I'll just want to say two things. In the meantime, I have submitted my feedback in writing and in connection to hiring the next superintendent, which is much more eloquent and detailed. I just want to say tonight that it's all the same to me, whether the next superintendent is Mickey Mouse or the Dalai Lama, as long as they have the integrity to make executive decisions where sexual assault reports are concerned. This is kind of the bottom line. It's a long list of expectations, and I think that at this point, as a basic guideline, the response in the lines of boys will be boys does not fall under the category of integrity. And I feel very strongly about this. So, which leads me to my second and final point. The last time I stood here, I asked board member Carol Palestrini to step down, give way to the next generation. I reiterated that sentiment in an email to the board as well as Mr. Palestrini. Mr. Palestrini, step down. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 93, please.
Hi, I'm Diane Allen. I'm third generation, or my grandkids are third generation here at Carmel High School, Carmel School District altogether. I heard a lot of talk about the score that Carmel High gets and how great it is, and in none of that did I hear addressed the safety of the students and the felony crimes being committed to the students by other students at this campus. I don't want a superintendent that is familiar with this school, familiar with this area, owes anybody anything, or is going to put the embarrassment of the school before the safety of our children. These are crimes that went 9 months without being, the sheriff's department without being notified. Student was able to remain on campus. These are strike felonies, so they're not light felonies. I heard Carl brag about getting a $126,000 towards the $770,000 payout to Ted Knight. I don't think that's anything that we should be proud of or happy about. It still meant that the board paid out over $664,000 to him. I know there's several lawsuits. I'm wondering if we're going to get help on paying those as well too. I want to know if there was help paid for the $100,000 to the janitor to leave quietly and go away. I want the focus. You guys talk about education. You need to focus on student safety. Education cannot be given if these students have felony crimes being committed on this school board and the school not taking California state law action to report those to the sheriff's department. This is not a healthy school district at all. I heard that comment tonight that this is a healthy school district. It's not. It's a very, very troubled with a long history and current history of some very sick things going on. And there's no adult in the room. There needs to be adults in the room. And this not reporting these crimes, not letting everyone in the community know that this is going on, keeping it hush, is not going to work around here. We need to speak out and hold them to account.
Thank you for your comments. Number 94, please. Do you know what number? Is there a number 95?
Well, I would like to start on a very, very positive note. I would like to give a sincere thank you. That thank you is actually to KSBW 8 for their investigative series regarding CSUSD's history of sexual misconduct that is being swept under the rug. This explosive, hard-hitting series includes exposures to issues specifically associated with one of the district's current board members. I had in my note here, you know who you are, but since those who preceded me blatantly said it, Carl, you actually should be stepping down. For anyone in the community who has not watched the series, I highly recommend you go visit KSBW's website where the series can still be viewed. The troubling behavior from CUSD leadership is not new, but continues to be shocking when you step back and collectively view all the consistent bad behavior and bad decisions across a wide range of topics. The sexual harassment is just one, but step back and look at it collectively. That is really key. This type of failure should not be tolerated and would not be tolerated in any other type of organization that I'm aware of. So I'm puzzled why more of the school board members are not actually stepping down. But I guess it's our fault. The public voted you in. So if we really want to do the heavy lifting of organizing a recall, that's our only tool that we have, that we feel this strongly that you're doing a bad job. But the heavy lifting has to come back from us. I also agree that there have been so many references to all the good things that happen in the districts. The students thriving, the teachers and employees stepping up to do an incredible job. I mean, really, that's our future. I believe in the future of education. I believe in the positivity of it. I think for me, it's kudos to those groups. But how much more powerful would those outcomes be if there was a functioning school board and a permanent superintendent? You guys don't get to get credit for what the students are doing, what the employees are doing. You're asking them to run a marathon with a broken leg. That's their achievement, not yours. Which I guess comes back to if it's a functioning school board and a permanent superintendent, which I guess is the main topic of today's school board. Are you really listening? Are you including the community, the parents, the students, the school boards in the journey of an honest search for a new superintendent? Seems, again, a superficial attempt to check the boxes and rubber stamp actions. Today's presentation is supposed to be the outcome of the listening, and yet when I looked at the agenda, there's no pre-read there. I have no idea what's going to be shown. The community members didn't really get a good insight. I had people in my neighborhood who have kids who told us about that. Too many closed sessions. So my quote is, watch your ethics. They really are your ethics, and we are watching. Your behaviors demonstrate that.
Thank you for your comments. Number 96, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Christina Bell. I'm mom of 2 kids in the district, 2 young boys, and I'm a feminist. I'm also here because of the recent KSBW expose about our district detailing allegations of sexual harassment and misconduct by district employees and one of our board members. Carl, that language, whether you said it in public or private, perpetuates the gross misconception that women, especially young women, are objects for the male gaze. I have been subject to this kind of harassment my entire life, and the most painful moments were from trusted educators like you, Carl. When a teacher, someone who should be empowering your mind, tells you you're only valued for your body, you're inclined to believe it. This expose is not just about a few bad actors, but represents a culture of sexism and misogyny from the top down, starting at River School, where educators are still calling young women princesses, and the PTO continues to host a father-daughter dance with this district's empowerment. This district's empowerment, despite pleas from students and parents, numerous psychological studies citing the long-term effects of gender-exclusive events, and a recommendation from PTO today that this dance be renamed Family Dance so it is all-inclusive. But the part that most baffles me is that you care more about the public perception of Carmel Unified than actually addressing the issues, and that makes it really hard to trust you. The problem is not that the media exposed this or that our district is painted in a bad light. The problem is that sexual harassment and gender discrimination happened and continues to happen because you allow it to. And our leadership cares more about covering up wrongdoing and paying people for their silence than exposing it, punishing it, and apologizing for it. I'm not interested in a perfect school district or a board who doesn't make mistakes. What I want from you is the same thing I ask of my children, to take chances and make mistakes, but when you hurt someone, whether you think it was your fault or not, you address it, you listen to them, and you apologize without being defensive, and then you do better. And I'm asking all of you to please address this and do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Number 97, please.
Hi, I'm Matt. I'm representing the Captain Cooper Parents Club at the moment, and I'm coming with gratitude from the parents and the community members of Captain Cooper. As many of you know, Elisa Tacconi, the principal, has been out on an extended medical leave, and the support that the school has and the power of focus. We don't feel left behind 25 miles down the coast. So specifically district staff, Miss Linda Williams has been now on her, I think she's in her 4th or 5th week as the interim principal of Captain Cooper. Superintendent Ofek, you've been fantastic, including everybody, the Cooper staff and support staff, the maintenance staff, Dan Paul and your crew, all the work that continues to happen on the property at Captain Cooper. Elisa Tacconi really holds that school together, and there was a lot of anxiety in her absence, and it has not, I mean, it's been supported, and we've had a lot of continuity. The parents of Captain Cooper students want to thank the district for inclusion in things like the LCAP and the ELAC, DLAC, having site-specific meetings at Captain Cooper feel incredibly inclusive and let the parents know and let us know, me and the parents know that we have a voice and we have access to the district and the processes that are happening. The parents and the community members of Big Sur are very interested in participating in the feedback and the listening sessions related to the superintendent search and the information coming up. So we're grateful that we have a dedicated meeting on January 11th coming up. That's it. That's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Matt. Number 98, please.
Hi, I'm Kristen Camello. First, I just want to thank Sarah Hines. Last time you spoke about meeting with Monterey Set Free and learning about the women who are recovering from sex trafficking program, and I thought that was really kind of you after I spoke that you went and actually, learned more about it because it's a great program here in the Monterey County. I helped the second graders learn how to brush their teeth, and when I was there, I was walking with Mr. Ramirez, and a little pre-K student came up to us and said, "Mr. Ramirez, I got caught doing something good." And he goes, "And I got a prize," and he told Mr. Ramirez he was being quiet in line while everybody else was goofing off, and he was so excited to tell him about this. Mr. Ramirez has a new program, and my son that day also got an award for doing something good while nobody was watching. He picks up after the kids in this area every day, the teacher says, and wow, I was impressed with that. Promoting doing something good while no one is watching is a fantastic value to be promoted on any campus. And I'm super impressed with Mr. Ramirez and his weekly roundup. He has a list of thank yous that goes on for pages of all the good things that are happening at Rivers School. He's super positive, and I've enjoyed watching him take on the role as principal of Rivers School. Also, a shout out to Miss Wink, the 5th grade teacher. She also goes by Miss Kehoe. My son loves the 5th grade because of her, and he says, "Mom, I have to get to school because I actually like it this year." She's amazing. She's had 2 of my kids, and she's made both of my kids just really love the 5th grade. In following up from my last talk about the power of consent in this picture, the principal did get back to me, but it wasn't what I expected. The email reads, "Thank you for sharing your concerns regarding the posters that were up during Halloween week. I will get back to you regarding the request after I have an opportunity to discuss this with Ms. Ofek, particularly your concerns about our curriculum for health. Don't have sex is one of the items on the list to avoid while contracting STDs." That was one of her examples. In the meantime, please know that this poster was no longer up. It was a Halloween-related campaign from our Voices Club. The nun poster you mentioned was actually taken down prior to the end of the campaign as it was disturbing to some people. It was based on a scary movie called The Nun. If you look at the poster, it looks identical to the poster. Just because they make a movie and they draw a picture identical to a poster doesn't make it right. It still spreads hate for this group of ladies. I didn't bring this upon this. This poster was posted on the Carmel campus, and these nuns have a vow of chastity. They do not have sex, so they put the power of consent compels you. I'm running out of time, but she hasn't. I asked that they put up a poster with Mother Teresa that says that we cannot do great things, only small things with great love, because kids should not know that nuns do not look like this. They do not look this scary. They aren't scary people. They're a very sweet, kind community. The Carmel Monastery is right down the street from us, and they promote kindness. They devote their lives to humanity, and we should not tolerate hate for any community on our Carmel High School campus. So I look forward to, she said she's going to get back to me. She says that they may put Mother Teresa in the window of the library, but of course I've gotten no response. I've asked again for the posters to be, to help make this right. This is very wrong. But
Thank you.
again, I've gotten no response. So I look forward to a good response from the principal and Ms. Ofleck. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Number 99, please. Does it go back to 1 after 99? Is there a number 1? Sorry.
Once again, I came tonight, Teresa Bryant's the name, not expecting to talk, not wanting to talk, but to listen. And it's really bothered me by some of the things I've heard. I, like many of you, is probably one of the oldest in the room. I've been in this district for 40 years. I have kids, both, I've got a couple stepsons, Bay School, River School. My daughter was at Tularcitos. They went to the middle school when Carl was there. CHS, two of them chose to go to, the other went to Stevenson. Lot of history. Our oldest was a bully. He was one of those kids that you guys are talking about. He went back and forth from house to house a week at a time. And it was tough. Carl was in as a principal. He got him through it. He was there for him. He is not the person that I feel like some of you that's been in the district 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, you don't see what this man is and what he's done and who he's advocated for and the families he's stepped in for and the things that he has gone through, thick and thin, good and bad, hard, difficult situations. When my daughter was at Stevenson, there were some horrific things that happened sexually that were swept under the rug. People talk about these people not being transparent. The transparency that I see here, that I've seen in the last 4 months, is so impressive. I have seen horrible things, horrible things. I heard something today and it really rang truth because I wanted to stay with education. I ended up getting in the fashion industry. My passion is for the kids, my grandkids, this generation. What I heard was during the 60s when birth control came about, it changed everything. The sexuality, women not, we didn't have to worry about being pregnant. We could go out and have sex. In the 60s, there was a rampage. Everyone was having sex. Everyone knows it. We are trying to navigate, our kids are trying to navigate in this world that has changed very much to see who are we? What are our boundaries? they're having to navigate it through it just like the parents are having to navigate it through it. But don't throw them under the bus because of what's happening in society across the country. I have a friend whose grandkids have gone from district to district to district. They were in Carmel Unified at River School. There was problems. They went to Washington, D.C. These same kids had problems. Now they're going to North Carolina. Their kids aren't being empowered to learn how to go through the problems. We voted on the lights. I will guarantee, a figure that I heard, that intoxication and rape go together. There's going to be drinking at those night games. There's going to be kids partying at those night games. I was there and I did it. And it was like every time there's a new sexual crisis, we can't sit there and blame the teachers and blame the board and blame, it's a community thing. We've done this for generations. We've gotten through our problems. We've readdressed them. There's new problems. We put our heads together. I see this board trying with everything they can, and Sharon as well. And it's like, at least they're trying. At least they're going to meetings. At least they're stepping up. And it's just like, let's get our perspective. Carl, step down. Carl, step down. Carl, step down. I'm sitting here going, you people haven't seen the wars that he's gone through, the battles that he's fought, and I know he's not perfect, but this society's not perfect. How many kids are on the internet looking at horrible sexual things, and then they go to the games and they do things and they experiment as kids? Are we going to blame the teachers? Are we going to blame the board? Are we going to blame the parents? I mean, it's like,
Teresa, thank you for your comments. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but thank you so much for your comments. So I think that was number 1. Is there a number 2 or a 0? That was 90. Oh. You're 1. Thank you.
My name is Thomas Dooner, and I'm assigned to Carmel High School as a science teacher. For background, I'm the staff member who went to the Monterey Herald on the record in February of this year with the findings of a Title IX sexual harassment investigation involving Jane Doe 1 and a custodian at Carmel High. In those findings, ex-principal John Lyons concluded that there was evidence of a failure on the part of the district to adequately address issues of sexual harassment. Lyons submitted those findings to Superintendent Ted Knight and to Human Resources Director Craig Chavez in late March 2022. Approximately 8 months after Lyons submitted that report to Knight, Craig Chavez escorted Mr. Lyons off campus and relieved him of his duties for failure to adequately address issues of sexual harassment. Since that time, Mr. Chavez has launched a district investigation into the actions of one of the victims, given the report to me, dismissed a second victim from her employment, and reassigned a third without her consent. The district made a $100,000 payment to the accused harasser of Jane Doe 1. The superintendent was released from his contract with a $630,000 payout, which is currently being litigated. The board president, the Title IX investigator, the district communication officer, and the 2 assistant principals at Carmel High all resigned. Meanwhile, Carmel Unified is now the defendant in 3 lawsuits alleging failure of the district to adequately respond to reports of sexual harassment, which is precisely what John Lyons concluded 20 months ago. Female students at the high school are reporting to their club advisors that they feel nothing has changed in the last year. They still don't feel safe from sexual harassment on our campus. It's possible that more adult female employees will be coming forward very soon with the same complaint against the district: failure to act. At some point, our employee bargaining units, the Association of Carmel Teachers and the California School Employee Association, must step up to the plate and demand accountability. The victims are afraid to report. When they do report, they feel that their concerns are being ignored or dismissed, or they are dismissed, or reassigned, or not believed. This is an extreme set of circumstances for a school district to face. In order to assure a harassment-free environment in which our students can learn and our female employees can do their jobs, we may, as a community, need to take extreme measures. Mass action on the part of our labor associations to demand safe working conditions, that should be on the table. State receivership or a court-appointed trustee to manage the district temporarily, that should be a serious consideration. Intervention by the Monterey County Office of Education, that seems warranted. A grand jury investigation may actually be appropriate. At a minimum, a new district administrative team would certainly have to be the very first step of any solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Tom. Number 2. So number 2.
Good evening. My name is Shelley. I have 2 students in the district. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but so many people have brought up the expose on the KSBW that I felt the need to say something, because different than some of the speakers tonight, I was actually quite annoyed by the KSBW expose. I felt like they missed an opportunity to more accurately represent what has been happening in the district. I'm kind of shocked and disagree for the call for board members to step down. I just ask everyone to go beyond the KSBW report that they did. Besides just listening to that report, actually go and read the lawsuits that were linked on the KSBW websites. When you read those lawsuits, Carl Palestrini's name, I don't believe, is anywhere in those lawsuits. The lawsuit's name, okay, well, we'll have to go back and look at it, but I ask everyone to go look at those lawsuits, because those lawsuits list a lot of people's names. And where I thought KSBW really missed the boat was they had a whole chart of key players, and it had their name and it had the photos. And nowhere on there did it list who, to me, seems like the main end point in this is their human resources manager, Craig Chavez. In the lawsuits, a lot of administrative people's names who are in there, they all said, well, I'm going to forward this and communicate this to the HR manager, because that's his job. This isn't my job. And so he seems to be where the buck should have stopped, at Craig Chavez, or his boss, which at that time was Ted Knight. The failure to act that the previous speaker talked about seems to be at Craig Chavez and Ted Knight, in my opinion, at that time. And they definitely should have been listed on KSBW's report as key players in this. Regarding Diane's comments about the felonies that have happened on the campus that haven't been reported, I actually did a search on that. I still can't find anything about that. I'm not saying it didn't happen, and if it did, it's awful. But it's really hard to have these accusations for the common people, community members who don't know about it, when there's nothing for us to reference. I'm not saying, like I said, it's not true. I'm just saying it's really hard for people to grasp when we don't have any information on that. So anyway, I just ask everyone to look deeper at the KSBW report, because like so many times what the media reports isn't exactly accurate. And you need to read it yourself, the lawsuits, so you can get a better idea of what those lawsuits were about. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Number 3, please. Is there? Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, Diane, I'm so sorry. Can I please ask you to be seated? Thank you so much. Is there a number 3? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Is there a number 4? Is there anybody else willing, not willing? Is there, sorry. Is there anybody else who would like to address the Board of Education with public comment? Sure.
Hi, my name is Gwen McCall. I have a recent graduate and a daughter who's a sophomore at the high school. I wasn't planning on speaking either, but I just wanted to say thank you because I do see how hard this must be for all of you. It's hard for the community too, and I'm not even sure. I guess here's my thing, and it's a rhetorical question, and I'm putting it to the board, but I guess I would also put it to the community, which is, I hear a lot of suspicion about board members and their motives and the power that they hold, and I'm really curious, and I've been Googling it. Why do people go on the Board of Education? Why do people run for the Board of Education? In my opinion, and from what little I know of some of you and a lot of what I know of some of you, it seems to be because you care about students and education. That doesn't make you angels or perfect people, but I have to say, why else? And again, this is rhetorical. I know you can't answer me anyway. Why would someone go on the board? Is it the prestige? I mean, it's not the money. It takes away from your own jobs, your own families. It seems to me it's a huge gift that you give by serving on a board like this. And I don't know, maybe there are magical things at the end of the rainbow that you get when you're done with your tenure, but it doesn't seem like that. And I'm going to keep looking because I am curious, and I've obviously seen the news about what's been going on since COVID with boards all over the country, and it's insane. But so that's my question. And if you feel like talking to me afterwards, anybody sharing with me why you think some of the board members have hidden agendas or nefarious agendas, I'm baffled by that. Because all I see, I don't say that there are not mistakes being made, maybe by every single one of you, by a board as a whole, by the district leadership. But what I also see is a lot of love, a lot of effort, and a lot of giving of your time and energy. And I just want to say thank you because it gets really heated in here. And I think that it's good to have these debates and conversations with the community and to be held accountable when necessary. But I just want to thank you for giving your time and your thoughtfulness. So.
Thank you. All right, if there's nobody else that would like to address the board with public comment, we will move on into.
Just a quick comment. It's your lucky night. We have the attorney that represents the district here. Converse with him about whether I've been named in any lawsuits or not. Okay? Let's do that. Yeah, I know.
Okay. We're going to move on
mean the board in
to the
general?
consent calendar, and I'd like to
He's over
thank
there.
everybody for
Catch up.
taking the time. I'd like to move on to the consent calendar.
Go.
Consent calendar, and thank you all so much for your comments and your feedback to the board and being here this evening. Consent calendar is where the board bundles a number of items and acts upon them together in one motion through the use of the consent calendar. The consent calendar agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless any members of the Board of Education would like to request specific items to be removed for discussion. So if there aren't any items to be removed for discussion, may I please get a motion to approve?
I move to approve the agenda, consent calendar, excuse me.
Second on that.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Amory Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 3, these are our action, discussion, and information items for this evening. So we'll start out with agenda item 3A. This is an information-only agenda item for the board. We would like to welcome, again, Dr. Valerie Pitts to the podium for feedback from the community regarding the leadership profile for the superintendent position. And I would also like to note publicly that Dr. Pitt's presentation will be posted to the Board of Education website for viewing afterwards. And then for for the board for process and any procedure questions, comments, or concerns, we do have our legal counsel in attendance, as we mentioned as well. Thank you for being here, Dr. Pitts.
Thank you very much, President Hines and trustees. It is a pleasure to be here. And I would like to take responsibility for why this is not material in the board agenda packet tonight. The survey closed Monday evening. There was a focus group Monday evening, and I took a call as late as 2 o'clock this afternoon. So I was putting the report together. A lot of information. I tried to be as succinct as possible. But normally this would have been on the agenda, but as President Hines mentioned, it will be on the website tomorrow, as soon as we can get there. Yeah. I tend to have a loud voice, so I'll try to speak quietly. And this is going to be this way, right? Great. So a couple of meetings ago, the board held a special session to think about how to get stakeholder input on the characteristics that would be preferred or that are necessary for a superintendent in Carmel Unified School District to be successful. They asked very specifically that the superintendent profile that was developed in the spring of '21 to be reviewed and prioritized. To that end, between December 4th, that meeting I believe was on the 28th, on December 4th, we began focus groups. The survey was put online. We had interviews. And unlike other listening sessions that I've done, I received email, phone calls. I mean, I always receive some email and some phone calls, but I received quite a number of phone calls. We had remote sessions. I had an in-person session. I received texts. I tried to take as much information as I possibly could. The goal here was to listen, learn, and develop sort of a revised set of top characteristics for the next superintendent of Carmel Unified School District. See if I can make that work. I want to go to the bottom of this slide and thank Michelle real quickly, because none of this could have happened within the time frame that it happened if it weren't for Michelle's superior organization and logistics. And all while she was also presenting at the CSBA conference. So thank you very, very much, Michelle. As I've already mentioned, so there was this sort of planning time after the special session occurred, November 29th, December 1st, focus groups and in-person and virtual, December 4th through the 11th, survey December 4th through 11th, prepared the report yesterday, and I'm presenting the report today.
I'm sorry, Val, can you hold on one second?
Yeah.
Carl, we do not, unfortunately, have this presentation printed out yet. It will be available afterwards. Okay. It will be available. I think, as Val mentioned, it was just finished from her calls that she had today. So,
do you want to look at it on my iPad, Carl? Okay. Because you could flip through it on my iPad too. It's in front of me in case I can't read something up there. So just first a look at the numbers that we had participating. Staff, parent, and focus groups, there were a total of 60 participants over 3 sessions. Marcus was interviewed by me as well as a student leader and board member. There were one-on-one interviews and phone calls, 21, I should say 22. I did not revise that to include today's phone call. There were approximately 12, and there could have been more than that, direct email, approximately 8 texts, 365 participants completed the survey. Just as a point of reference, in 21, there were 155 in focus groups. So if you were to add bullets 1, 2, 3, and 4, I think it comes to, what, about 100? Yeah, about 100. So a few more in 21. There was a longer period of time there that we ran the focus groups in 21. We had 606 survey responses. 273 of those were parents. in this survey of 365, 260 of those were parents. So roughly the same number of parents. So good job. Thank you. I want to skip to the bottom here for a second too, and I know I'm not speaking into the mic. I apologize for that. But much like some who have gotten up tonight and spoken, I want to start with something positive. I was extremely impressed with the input and with the way that I was treated during those input sessions, those phone calls, those texts, those emails. Very respectful, forthright, kind. People I spoke with wanted nothing but the best for Carmel Unified School District. They were proud to be a part of Carmel Unified School District. It's not to say that all the input was roses or positive, but what was said was articulate, forthright, honest, and kind. And I just want to acknowledge that it was my pleasure and my honor to do this outreach over the last couple of weeks. So thank you very much to everyone who took that seriously. The input, the feedback, the things that I took down in notes are all important. And I hope all of you who participated felt heard. The summary presents what was heard and learned, but it is not a statistical representative sampling. This kind of work is anecdotal. If I were doing a dissertation and I had done this kind of research, I would be meticulously yellowing and using my highlighter to make sure that I was accurately reflecting the comments that were made, which is very similar to how I come up with what you'll see in the slides following. I try to take the information and put hatch marks by comments that were made the most frequently to come up with the comments that were made the most frequently. So you won't see every comment that was made. I do take pretty good notes. You'll see some verbatim comments at the end, which is just a way of sharing that, even more that things were heard. So the survey itself that is online is a research-based survey, and what I mean by that is that the survey was developed based on the characteristics that are exemplified in superintendents across the nation. The sample of people who participated here locally in focus groups or texts or emails or phone calls is not randomly stratified. It's left up to people that want to participate. So take some of that with a grain of salt as well. It was a survey of convenience, so to speak, and people self-select to take that survey. And the survey could be taken from multiple devices. It's a very, very difficult thing to control, but by and large, we try to go through and remove the ones that we see have been, taken 2 or 3 times. And I haven't really seen that floodgate theory kind of thing happen with surveys, but we need to acknowledge that, yes, it could happen. So again, just want to reiterate that I was treated very respectfully, and the feedback that I heard was very well intended. Small side, right? Keep wanting to turn it around there. Okay, now this is the part that you can't read probably, Carl, because I can't read it. These are the top 10 characteristics that were reviewed at the special meeting that were identified in spring of 21. What you see underneath is how they were amended this time. As you might expect, many of the same things were heard today as were stated in the spring of 21 when listening sessions were done at that time. So what I tried to do was, just for the sake of letting you know that I was, comparing statements to back then to statements now, if a bullet does not have italics under it, it didn't change much. It didn't mean that it wasn't important. It just didn't change much in the way that it was being stated. Let's take a look at the top one here. Excels at engaging all voices, listening carefully, mediating discussion, and unifying stakeholders around a common vision. Many of those things were said again. In fact, some people said, you know what, these top 10 work for me still. Some said, you know, top 4, most important to me. But what I heard this time was that responsiveness was important. And when I asked more about that, it meant not just communicate in one direction, but receive and respond is extremely important. So I put the word responsive communicator, vertical and horizontal. So communicating in all ways, in all directions. Educating through communication, I heard this time. Transparent, I hear all the time. I sometimes say, what does that mean? Because it's a little bit of, it's a word that's kind of overused right now, I think. But I think what it means here is that things are done honestly in an upfront manner, that we're communicating about what needs to be communicated about, and that the person is an excellent listener, superintendent who is an excellent listener. Inspirational, energetic, and passionate about ensuring excellence for every child. I heard what has been said several times tonight, which is focus on students. Specifically, that phrase, focus on students. As I said earlier, if there's nothing, if italics does not show up underneath the bullet, it doesn't mean that it wasn't important. It simply means that it didn't change much. So empathy and compassion, kindness and caring towards everyone in the learning community is an important characteristic. Empathy, honesty, and transparency. That turned into integrity, someone who is inclusive, meaning involving all stakeholders, and a strong moral compass. Kind of follows with the one below, courageous, confident, thick-skinned, yet humble. I put a plus, plus, plus after that because I did hear those words, thick-skinned and yet humble, quite a few times. Courageous, oh, let's see, I did put something under that. Oh, yes. Makes swift and sound, makes sound and swift decisions when necessary. So I think that comes with the thick-skinned part and the courageous and the confident and can make decisions. An extraordinary communicator. What I heard here this time was a nuanced understanding of different viewpoints. So I'm sorry, extraordinary communicator who understands how to communicate with an array of stakeholders. This time I heard a nuanced understanding of different viewpoints, and I think I probably took that from someone. A nuanced understanding was very, very articulate. Different viewpoints, nuanced understanding of different viewpoints, finding common ground and consensus that helps us to move forward. We heard that last time, but not quite in the same way. Someone that understands the community and is well-versed in California school funding. That was their last time. What I heard this time was familiar with a segmented, multifaceted community and culture and how to facilitate change in CUSD with a number of different perspectives and viewpoints. So it's not always easy reaching consensus when you have such a diverse group of people. But that is what collaboration is about. Collaboration is not about getting a bunch of people around the table who think the same way that you think. It's about trying to bring, different perspectives together to move forward. Next. This was another one. I heard it in the same way. So I put 3 pluses after it. Someone who is visible, approachable, and relatable through involvement and being active, an active presence in schools, and an immersive presence in the community. Someone who lives, works, and plays together with all of you. Creating stability, rebuilding trust among and between stakeholders. What I heard this time was the need for continuity. I did hear the word stability quite a bit. Continuity, consistency, that builds trust. And successful experience in building relationships. A leader who excels at strategic planning and keeping the district moving forward and competitive. I heard someone who is familiar with research, best practices, has academic excellence as their focus, can bring us robust and competitive programs. Yes, close the achievement gap and get us back to the top. I did hear that, and I believe someone else said that tonight as well. There is a desire to, everyone is proud to be here, but there's a desire to make sure that we are as good as others say we are, and not just the reports that say we are. But let's get on and do what we know is great for our kids by giving them the most robust, comprehensive education that we possibly can. I haven't really prioritized yet. So additional skills rising to the top in the fall of 23. These were things that were said this time that didn't necessarily stand out last time. Experience in leading, managing, and developing the board. Can put systems and processes in place that are efficient and effective across the organization. Values and enables parent partnerships. Keeps us all safe. And yes, that word safe is social emotional learning. It's the safety issues we've heard on campus today. It's safe. And someone who is going to commit and stay for a long time, because again, that's consistency and stability really came through this time. That we need that in order for our organization and our learning community to grow. This is the, and I'm sorry, you really only need to pay attention to the blue boxes here, because I'm going to show you what these are in the next slide. But this was interesting to me. So the blue boxes in the column to second to the last, going to the right there, are from parents. And if you look, they just were 1, 2, 3, 4 were the most important things. And I'll review what those were on the next slide. I'm sorry it's so difficult to read. But the way that I looked at this was which areas got at least 5 boxes marked blue. So the comments are down the left-hand side, or characteristics. And so if you look at where the blue ends, the sort of line with the blue ends, that was important to 5 of the groups who took this survey. The comment above that was important to 6 of the groups, am I reading that right, that took this survey. The comment above that, 3 of the groups identified it as being important. The comment above that, again, 6, and et cetera. So it was just interesting to me that and if this survey is a research-based survey that a lot of districts use, and so it's all collated technologically, right? And if you look at the results, all you see is the blue boxes in the parent column as being what's most important, because it's the largest group that took the survey. So I felt like even though it was the largest group, and those things are extremely important to parents, that the other things were also important to other groups, and that in many ways those were priorities as well. So that's kind of what you see on this next slide here. And those were, according to the survey, and we saw this earlier, provide a clear and compelling vision for the future, provide transparent communication, be visible throughout the district and actively engage in community life, foster a positive professional culture of mutual trust and respect, up, down, sideways, all around. That's important for everyone. Effectively plan and manage the long-term financial health of the district. Demonstrate a clear understanding of educational research and emerging best practices and implement them. Okay. Did I actually? Okay. So if you look at all the information that I just shared with you, these 5 things seem to rise to the top of the characteristics that would be sought after in someone who's going to be a successful superintendent here in Carmel Unified School District. Be an extraordinary communicator, not just a good communicator, but someone who's extraordinary at that. Clear, thoughtful, listen actively, deeply, responsively, connect with all educators, and again, educate us. And that wasn't me, by the way. I took that from people who said, educate us. First, understand both the history and current conditions of the community, and then build relationships. Create collaborative consensus. Move the district forward with shared aspirational and achievable vision. That's kind of a long characteristic there. The point is that when you do that, you build trust, and you build trust among the disparate voices. Stick with us. Be highly visible, accessible, approachable. Be a part of the community. Be a strong, stable, and consistent leader. The ability to hold direction with transparent decision-making that keeps students and their achievement and well-being at the center of all we do. Respect, value, and nurture our input as students, staff, and parents. I'm sorry that you can't see the end of that slide. It says trust, but it says trust us. Trust us. I want to add something to the trust us piece. Trust goes both ways. And what I heard when I heard the trust us comment was backed up with, trust us. There's a lot of really good people that work in this district who have an amazing skill set. Don't micromanage. Just wanted to be a little more clear about that. Others, and these comments are pretty much verbatim as I heard them. Knows the primary role of a superintendent is managing the board and embraces that. Helps the board commit to and understand how they conduct themselves in public despite differences of opinion. Sorry, there's a typo. A process for self-reflecting constantly. Developing other leaders, bringing them together collectively to move us forward. Pushes us, gives us honest feedback, asks the right questions. Shift the culture. Understand change will cause pushback. Willing to stand up for the right things. Compassionate, empathetic, thick-skinned. Someone who speaks to us as equals, not that they know better. Brings a balanced approach. Trust others. There's the don't micromanage. I knew I had it in there somewhere. A collaborative schools approach, consistency and inclusivity between schools. Someone who is willing to make and makes tough decisions. Values that we have a highly sought after district and champions our community. Keeps us fiscally solvent. No one can walk on water, but someone who can work with everyone to establish common ground. We need someone with significant experience. Someone who lives here, builds their life here, and that we can run into at the grocery store. Problem solve, proactive, don't focus on the negative, minimize drama. Understands and provides leadership across a myriad of ongoing issues, best instructional practices, equity, Title IX, career tech ed. So I like to end with the slide of, the expectations for the next superintendent. Relative to Carmel Unified. Rebuilding, fostering a positive professional climate of mutual trust and respect among all stakeholders. Next superintendent should sustain and strengthen a culture of belonging connections for students and staff. Provide regular and transparent communication. You see how much that is said over and over. I can hear myself saying that over and over. Be visible in the schools. Create and support a strong, high-functioning governance team. provide consistent, stable leadership that supports students to be the best they can be, with excellent instruction, robust curriculum, and safe and caring learning environments. I guess that's the last slide. Again, I'd like to thank everyone who participated, people who I spoke on the phone with. I have pages and pages of notes that I would be happy to share after. This was so incredibly respectful. Usually I would say, I need to go in and redact names and things, but people were respectful. And so it was really my pleasure and an honor, and I hope this helps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Val. We're going to stay, don't go away. No. Yeah. We appreciate you getting right on this with Michelle. Thank you both so much. I know the directive was to hit the ground running with this right after our special meeting a few weeks ago, knowing that we wanted to have some data points to discuss and review at this meeting. So thank you both for making that happen. And thank you to our staff and our community and our parents for making themselves available to take the survey, join the Zooms, join the conversations that Val hosted, and also making the effort to reach out to Val if you guys could not attend. So thank you all so much for engaging with us so we could have your feedback, which is what we all really wanted based on the last discussion at our special meeting. So with that said, I know this is the first time we're all seeing this information and hearing it from you, Val. We'll just go around and we'll start with you, Marcus. Do you have any questions or comments for Val regarding the presentation?
Well, thank you for giving this presentation first. I know we spoke over the phone, and we were talking about the top characteristics, and one of the things that we talked about was transparency, and that it is a really overused word, and what does it actually mean? And I'm not even going to try to start to disentangle that, but one important part of the definition that we did talk about was this idea that it's not just being transparent about what the decisions are and what the actions being taken are, but it's being clear about what steps were taken to reach that decision and to that action or inaction, and who was consulted. And I believe that part of this is that everything that can be done in public should be done in public, and that which cannot be done in public, it should be explained clearly why that is not the case. And there are reasons for that, whether they be personnel issues or legal, but clearly communicated to the community why these are being done in private. I don't have any questions right now, but if I do, I will be sure to bring them to you.
And thank you for reminding me about that, Marcus. I think you also used the word, I'm sorry. I think you also used the word educate us, right? In helping to, explaining to us how the decision was reached and why it was reached.
Carl, anything for Val?
I don't know where it takes us to the next step, but I think the community input is extremely valuable, and I can see the points that have been hit several times in terms of what they're looking for in the community. And I don't know, I think that it's a good job. I think to thank the people that participated and the opportunity to do that, Val. So right now, I'm just more interested in reflections from my peers.
Okay, thank you. Jason?
I don't have much to say. Thank you for hustling to get this back to us for this meeting. One of the things, I wasn't really surprised about a lot of the attributes. Those are things that I think everybody would want in a leader, and so I'm not surprised at that at all. What I'm most surprised about is the community's understanding of the role of the superintendent in relations with the board, like grooming a board and teaching a board and managing a board. That's I think that's like a really high priority for us and other school districts around the state based on what I heard at the CSBA conference. So I'm glad to hear it. And were we unique? Was there anything really unique to our district that popped out that you saw based on your regular experiences?
I would say that almost everything I heard, I've heard in other places. But what I hear the most here is this concept of that Carmel presents a certain way, but that it's made up of like the word segmented was really interesting to me, and just different viewpoints, people with many different viewpoints who have history here, and that was used. Unique was used quite a bit. It was a strength and a challenge.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Anne Marie?
I'm reflecting. I think the best thing that I'm gonna ask you is, I mean, where do you see us going from here? I mean, we're eventually going to have something permanent. We can't be in limbo forever. What are we looking at? And normally, what would be the next steps that we would be taking? What we're looking at, timeline, or we just, we can kind of limp along like this for a while. What are we looking at?
Yeah, I think those are things that you really need to discuss. I think these are usually taken. These are characteristics. Many of them are consistent with high-performing superintendents and across the nation. But to take some of the ones that you think are specific and most important here, which are prioritized there, and in closed session, have a conversation about how those relate to candidates. Might be your next steps, but I was not hired to direct you in any way, but that's usually the next step.
Val, you're pretty connected to the world of superintendents. What's going on out there? What's happening? Because all we read is problems everywhere. Yeah. What's your perspective on that?
I've often said that it's not unusual that a societal issue becomes, that the schools eventually are tasked with supporting it through more education, prevention education, awareness education, equity inclusion education. I can remember when childhood obesity still is an issue, but we were adopting policies and things at the time. I think what we're seeing is a reflection of what's going on nationally and actually across the world now. And that's all I can say. And what's happening, it feels divided, right? I know that, you can read about what's going on in other parts of the state, and some superintendents have left, some superintendents' boards have released without cause, potentially because there's just a difference of opinion that exists. So there's a lot happening again at the school board level. That's how I can answer that, Carl. I think that there are superintendents who are, and we knew this would happen. There's a dearth of superintendents. It's a hard job. It's a demanding job. It's one where we really do feel like there's a lot of hats that have to be worn, and all of them well, and that's tough.
Anne Marie, did you have any more questions for Val? No. Okay. Seabury?
So I had a few questions. I know we were a little bit concerned about the response rate. And in your experience with doing these, it seemed like a pretty good response rate, but how do you feel about that? Do you think it was
I think that given the variety of people that I talked to, so normally we maybe would have had more students. I know, Michelle, you had reached out quite a bit, but I think that the response rate was pretty good for what the board was wanting to do, which was look at these characteristics that had been developed in 21 and prioritize and find out which ones still rang true. Okay. So I do think that the response rate was pretty good. We sometimes think, well, let's say I'm working in another district right now that had 100 parents
Okay.
fill out a survey.
And do you know roughly what the different stakeholder groups were? I mean, was that including?
Yeah, so we had classified and certificated staff, district leadership,
Okay.
Parents, a community member or two who called, texted, emailed, foundations. Who am I missing? Michelle. Staff, I mentioned.
And you said site administrators as well?
Yes, yes,
Great.
yes, thank you.
Yeah. And in regards to the students, do you know roughly what the response was from the student voice?
Well, Marcus was the only one I spoke with in person. We were trying to get to speak to ASB. The timing just didn't work out. And I'd have to go back and look and see what numbers of students responded to the survey. I think there were 10.
Okay.
Which was a little bit fewer than what we had last time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, Marcus, I guess since there was kind of a low student voice, and I know you can't speak for all students, but do you feel like the top priorities that were listed there, do you think represent your generation of what's important for the next superintendent?
I think what was offered in the top characteristics, many of them, well, I think all of them pertain to the students, but some of them were very specific in how they were relevant to the student body, because the superintendent is so high in the chain of command that it can be sometimes hard for the students to figure out what characteristics would apply to them, because there are so many steps coming down from administration to staff to teachers, and it's harder to see the direct ramifications of different character traits in the superintendent. In terms of how many there were, I think we can probably do a better job in the future of advertising this to students on campus, and I'm glad that the survey was very, it was pretty short. It was succinct, and I think that makes it more accessible to students, because most students don't want to take a lot of time to fill through a long survey, and so it being shorter but still covering what needs to be covered, I'm glad that was the case. But in the future, I think we can do a better job to inform students that it is a short, succinct survey, and that your opinion does really matter.
Great. Thanks, Marcus. And then, I guess my last question is, did you get any feedback about stakeholders saying we need more time?
Not individual stakeholders saying, I need more time. There were comments related to, consistency, stability, make a good decision,
Okay.
be aware, make sure you're getting the best person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks.
Val, I just had one question. So we have the existing leadership profile that we did in 2021. Will you be taking these data points or this information and integrating it into our leadership profile and updating it so we have all of this in one
Sure,
place with our
sure.
with our
I can do
leadership
that.
profile?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
That would be
yeah.
great.
Great.
And then that can be posted on I think it's posted on our website.
Great.
And then we can also distribute it to the board as well, and then we have it all sort of together with your.
Great.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
And I think, based on tonight's presentation, so the board did decide in September, we voted to not do a search. We did have the discussion in the special meeting to move forward with Val to get community input and feedback. So the expectation for the next step, I believe Val said it, I think you just said it, that there would be a closed session discussion agendized if it pertained to a specific candidate or candidates. And then we can also agendize another public conversation about the characteristics as well. So we'll look forward to those agenda items at a future board meeting. Thank you so much, Val. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We already completed public comment. Val or council, would you like to weigh in on those questions regarding the presentation and public comment? Go ahead.
Well, not necessarily on the agenda item, but I'll just weigh in real quickly. So as far as the agenda requirements, good evening, everyone. I should start there. So as far as the agenda requirements, so it sounds like the presentation was actually just provided to the board as well as the public. So in that case, is no requirement under the Brown Act that it be provided. What you have to do is provide an agenda item description of what will be discussed, which was on the board agenda. So if that answers the question. Okay. Oh. Sorry, I didn't do that part. William Tunick with DWK, attorney with the district. Thank you.
It is actually, that is not agendized. That is, we do not have a closed session on this topic agendized. So thank you. No. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 3B. I appreciate your feedback. We're going to go through the first interim budget report for the fiscal year 2023-2024. Thank you, Yvonne. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so tonight I'm going to provide a brief overview of our financial status from July 1st through October 31st. The information provides a point in time, which is October 31st as the ending point, for which the information and updated projections are based. So this is a slide that you're used to seeing. Hopefully it's becoming familiar to you. But this is the high-level overview with a comparison from the adopted budget. And this is the only slide where I believe I provide a comparison to the adopted budget, except maybe in some of the assumptions. The changes in budget projections are provided in the report attached to the agenda item, so I didn't highlight that information here. So what you're seeing here is you can see the beginning fund balance for the first interim on the unrestricted, which is in blue, the restricted, which is in yellow, and the combined, which is in green, and the comparison in columns K, L, and M to the adopted budget. So we have revenue on line 5, and we did not do a whole lot of updates to our revenue because our revenues come in very differently than districts that are not state or community funded. So we have revenue there on line 5, less the contributions to special ed, less the contributions to routine repair and maintenance, and also transfers to our other funds that are not self-sustaining. And so a total of contributions and transfers ongoing is 11.5, and that comes off of the top. That leads to line 11, which shows that we have available revenue for other purposes of $61.9 million on the unrestricted side. When you bump that revenue, that available revenue up against the expenditure line right below it, line 12, you can see that we are, we're basically operating in a very small positive effect, a net positive to the fund balance. But then we have some transfers to our facility accounts, and so we're operating in with a net deficit of $155,203. So right below that, I have put that we've had $914,000 from general fund reserves for one-time purposes, and also $387,594 is budgeted for transfers to our facility fund, resource funds. I'm sorry. So there's a total of $1.3 million there, and so basically, if you take that against the net decrease of 155, you can see that we're doing okay. So the big picture here, the big picture takeaway from this is that we did decline from adopted budget as information has changed from the time the adopted budget was prepared last May, and we've updated that information, but we're still doing quite well. All right, this is a fund balance history of the first interim budget report, and so there's a lot of good history there for you. And if you look at the very bottom line there, the estimated fund balance from the first page is $21.5 million. And so you can see that that was a decrease because in the prior year, in 22-23, we actually spent quite a bit on one-time activities, and so it has the effect of reducing our fund balance. On column G there, that is the board required reserve of almost $17.8 million, and the difference between our unrestricted and our board required reserve is $3.7 million. And from that $3.7 million, we have some commitments to that fund balance. So there's commitments of $2.6 million to capital projects. There's commitments for anticipated textbook adoptions. Health benefits did not make it into our first interim report. We didn't have the information in time to include that, so it will be included in the second interim report. So we're reserving the amount for the first half of the year, of the new year. And so that totals $2.7 million, and so basically what we have available is $1,063,000. Okay. Here is the projections, the projection assumptions for which the first interim multi-year projection was created. The state requires us to update our projections, that first interim, second interim, and for 2 years out. And so I'll highlight a couple of lines here. I won't go through all of these, but you can see that I'd like you to look at step-in column for certificated, step-in column for classified. The assumptions that we're making there is a 1%, that it costs us 1% for step-in column for certificated, and for classified 1.3. Right below those lines, lines 7 through 12, is our statutory benefits. And I know this is really hard to see, so I apologize. And so the total for certificated at first interim is 22.28. That didn't change, and for the 2 years out, it doesn't change. And for statutory benefits for classified, that is slated to increase because of PERS, and it's going from 36% to 37% to 37.08%, and then 37.68%. So STRS and PERS are always a source of concern or things that we have to watch very carefully because our pension costs are high. Going to the next page of assumptions, one of the things I'll point out here is line 14. We can see that this is the secured property assessed valuations. And you can see in 22-23, we had 8.44% of actuals come in on property assessed values. And we have not changed that projection. For the operating budget to first interim, we haven't changed that projection, and 24-25, we're building the multi-year on a 5% increase in each of those years. Line 25 on this slide is our ongoing transfer to deferred maintenance of $200,000. And we're basically putting that money aside for the field replacement of the high school that is approaching its useful life. And on this last slide of assumptions, you can see row 26 and 27. We also have reserves set aside, or we're adding a budget to replace buses for the next few years. Okay. So here's the multi-year projection. I added the actuals for 22-23 for unrestricted only, because that really is the account or the funds that we can make independent decisions about, as long as it's for educational purposes. Restricted accounts, the ones in yellow there at the top, are have defined activities that those funds can be used for. So the 22-23 is in column C. And then we have the projection for 23-24, 24-25, and 25-26 in columns E and F. I'll point to line 27, which is our increase or decrease in activities between revenues, less expenditures, and transfers out. And so across that line, on line 27, you can see, you saw that number on the first page, on the first slide. It's a negative 155,000. When we go into the projection for next year, we're projecting that we would have a net increase of 1.3 million. And in 25-26, we're showing that we would have a net increase of almost 3.5 million. So in those 2 years, in 22-23 and 23-24, column C and D, those were not structural deficits, and I've explained that in previous presentations. So those were due to one-time planned transfers to other funds for specific purposes. And on the restricted side, I'll just mention that all funds will be spent. The assumption is that we'll spend all of those restricted funds by 25-26. That doesn't typically happen, but for presentation purposes, that works out well. And finally, this is the combined general fund for the current year and the 2 years out. And you can once again look at the total revenue coming into the district there under line 10, total revenue. For the combined general fund, total expenses are right under line 21. And then the net increase and decrease going across, and you can see that the projection for 25-26 is that we'll have a $2.5 million increase to fund balance. All right, this is the revenue sources of the general fund, LCFF sources, which is where our property tax is posted, our federal revenue, state revenue, and other local revenue for the total revenue. Once again, in comparison to 22-23 and the 23-24 first interim report. And then yellow is the restricted side, and then you have the combined next to that. Underneath that is the chart for property tax because it's such a large part of our revenue sources. And so you can see the comparison from actuals was almost 65.5 million. At first interim, we're projecting 69.4. And I'll give you a quick example of why I really try to emphasize the 1 point in time concept. So after we prepared our projections, we did have the revenue hit for our unsecured taxes, property taxes, and so those are taxes that do not relate to homes or properties, and it came in much higher than what we had anticipated. So that's a good thing. It actually we'll have to take a look at that, do some additional work to see what that looks like in our projections for the whole year, but it definitely was a good amount that came in. So at second interim, we'll update our projection for the unsecured property tax, and you'll see that change. So a really great example of how the point-in-time concept really is a fact. All right, so this is the use of our unrestricted and restricted general fund dollars. Just as we have continued to see, we know that our biggest expenses are salaries and benefits because we are a people organization. And so 84.37% of our unrestricted dollars goes to support salaries and benefits for the district. On the restricted side in yellow there, 71.7% of those funds go to support salaries and benefits. What you don't see here is within that percentage and the way that the SACS report has us do this, the SACS guidelines, the transfers come in underneath. And so there's salaries and benefits that hit the unrestricted accounts in the form of a transfer to other funds and transfers to other funds and contributions to restricted accounts. And so when I flip over to the combined general fund, you can see that a little bit better on what that looks like. And so you'll see, if I flipped back, you'll see that I have a note on there of the contributions and the transfers. And here, those contributions go away because it's the combined general fund. And so combined, we went from 84.21% last year to 81.36% on our salaries and benefits. And then all of the other big piece is our services and other operating expenses. This is the same information in a graphical presentation. And then we have the contributions and transfers from the unrestricted general fund dollars. And so the contributions are to special ed and to routine restricted maintenance. And so you can see that we are projecting $688,000 more in contributions to special ed from actuals from last year. And routine repair is a function of how much we spend, which is a required 3%, has to go to this account. So that's increasing by $101,000. Adult ed, this is transfers to other funds outside of the general fund. And so adult ed actually is decreasing a little bit. We need to watch this transfer to our child development fund. It has increased, projected to increase by $304,000 over last year. And so at first intern, that contribution is projected at $984,000. Now, what happens with child development, this happened last year too, is that we had some unexpected revenue come in. And so we'll have to see if that happens again. Transfer to child nutrition, we've talked about that before. They are operating in the positive. Deferred maintenance, there's that transfer to deferred maintenance that I showed you is in our assumptions. The post-employment benefits, this is for our retiree benefits, and so we're showing that we need to increase that amount by $57,000. And then the transfer to Fund 40 for capital improvements, you can see that last year we had a large transfer of $3.1 million. This year we're only planning to budget, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say budget, it's not the same as cash, budget $387,000. We hang on to that cash as long as we can because of our cash flow concern every December. So we transfer that money once we need it into that fund. So these are all budget figures that you're seeing here. Okay, so this is the activity in a summarized chart of our other funds. And if you look at the expenditure column, those are the anticipated expenditures. A large amount is budgeted for Fund 40, and we probably will not spend all of that $7.6 million, but we do have those budgeted expenses in that fund for projects that are in progress. All right, this is a slide on the budget cycle and timelines. So you're receiving the first interim report tonight. And then in January, we typically have the audit report, but we will have a delay on our audit report because of some reasons that are beyond our control related to our J13 not being approved by the state. It's not that they haven't approved it, they're behind. And so that was the choice that we had to make. So that report will not be delayed if it gets done in time, but I'm not anticipating that we'll receive that. So we asked for a 90-day extension. The governor will release the budget for the 24-25 state budget, the first preliminary look that schools are always anticipating and waiting for, happens in January. We'll have to schedule a budget study with the board in February. In March, we will have the second interim budget report. A public hearing is scheduled for June for the LCAP and the budget, and then we'll adopt the 24-25 budget and local control accountability plan. I want to thank Diana Gonzalez and the Fiscal Services team. They do incredible work to keep our finances and budget in line with the many regulations that govern our financial operations. We are heavily regulated. It is through collective efforts of the fiscal team and all the teams that manage our instructional programs that lead to the factors of celebration. And I was remiss in putting my usual celebration slide in here. So I do want to just quickly go over what are some of our wonderful things that happen in this district and that we can be very proud of. We are fiscally strong. We have competitive salaries. We have quality fine arts programs and athletic programs, wellness centers at Carmel Middle School and Carmel High School. We have talented and dedicated teachers and support staff and administrators to support our students in our educational programs. We have unique opportunities for our elementary students. We have teachers that are not always seen in other districts that support instruction in science, additional science instruction, music, art, Spanish, library, PE, and our wonderful garden programs that we have at all of our sites. We also have small class sizes compared to some of other districts around the state. We have career tech opportunities, and we know that this is an area of focus that we can improve on. And so we're having conversations about that right now. How can we improve those opportunities for our students? Our Hilton Biolek Garden Habitat is unprecedented, and it's something for us to celebrate. We have improved meal choices that are free to all students. We have quality and excellent, I mean, just really excellent. I'm always blown away every time I talk to Laura Dunn about our early child development programs. She is an excellent director, and we're doing incredible things for our early learners. And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't thank Craig Chavez, who is a dedicated individual for this district. He does not make decisions on his own. He is governed by many rules and regulations, including Ed Code, ACT, and CSA bargaining agreements, and who never makes a decision on his own. But rather, he makes decisions through collaborative conversations and through attorney advice. And so I know that this has been a difficult time, and I want to acknowledge the great work that he does in the district. I've been in this business for 24 years, and I would say that Craig Chavez is right up there at the top in terms of a talented HR administrator. And he grew up through the educational side. I grew up on the business side in our careers, and that does not come without a lot of dedication and care for what you do. And so with that concludes my presentation, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you so much, Yvonne, and thank you for all the hard work that goes into developing that presentation. We really do appreciate it, and I know that we all appreciate your layout too. It's very easy to follow, so thank you for that. And I know we all had the chance to review this prior to the meeting when the agenda came out, so we'll just go down the line. Are there any questions? We'll start with you, Marcus, and just go down. Any questions about the budget cycle, timelines, or anything that Yvonne presented this evening?
I do not have any questions or comments, but thank you for your presentation.
Thanks. Carl? Mike?
Thank you.
Yvonne, I just had one question. You said there's a delay for that report, that J report. Can you?
The J13
Is
report?
that the J13 the exceptions because of the natural disaster stuff last year? Is that what that is?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And my voice has decided to go on a sabbatical here. I really appreciate how it's broken down, so it's very digestible and understandable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just had one question. You mentioned the Child Development Fund, that there was an increase.
Mm-hmm.
And what was that? What's that due to?
Well, as we increase salaries and benefits,
Of course. Yeah.
it's going to affect that program.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I would also like to chime in and share that we also have a reduced rate for employees. So depending on how many students enroll that are connected to employees, we take in different amounts of money depending on that enrollment.
Is that it? All right, great. If there's no more questions or comments for Yvonne, may I please get a motion to approve the first interim budget report for the fiscal year 2023-2024?
I'll make that motion as presented.
And I'll second. Thanks.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
All right, we'll stick with you, Yvonne, the next two. This is agenda item 3C. This is resolution number 23-23, authorizing agents to enter into contracts. And this is an action item.
Yes, this is an annual resolution providing authority to the superintendent, deputy superintendent, which Sharon is doing both those jobs right now, and CBO to conduct the day-to-day financial business of the district within the threshold set by the state superintendent of public instruction, which is currently set at $109,300. And so I'm recommending approval of this resolution.
May I please get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2323, authorizing agents to enter into contracts.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Great, thank you. This is agenda item 3D. This is an action item for the board. This is the approval of resolution number 23-22, developer fees, public report of information.
Yes, this is a lengthy resolution, but it is an annual resolution where we are required to report information about developer fees collected and the use of those developer fees. And so the financial information is attached to the agenda item, and I am recommending approval of this resolution.
Are there any questions or comments for Yvonne on this one? If not, a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
And I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 3E. This is the first read, so there's no action this evening. This is just information only. And this is the first reading of the draft of the CUSD Board of Education Handbook. So we have printed out, and you all have a copy. I'll pass this over to Sharon for an introduction. But again, we'll do a first read this evening, and then we will, well, actually, you'll take this home and read it on your own. And then if there's any comments or feedback, if we could please route those comments and feedback through Michelle. And I anticipate the board having a study session at some point in January to go through all of our feedback, all of our questions, all of our thoughts about the handbook, and then we'll come back into a regularly scheduled meeting, review the final version of the handbook, and discuss it there. So this will be a little bit of an iterative process. So tonight is just the first read, and I'll pass it over to Sharon with that.
Thank you. I don't have too much more to share. However, a little bit of research shows that this handbook has not changed a whole bunch since roughly 2014, I think. And there's been some, in the last couple of years, some revisions really just in terms of gender in the actual wording. So those elements we can take care of easily. So any input or feedback to pull together or to provide to Michelle and myself to cull together for effective and efficient use of our time when we do come together to talk about this at a study session. We would like that as early as we can to just have that information available to organize properly so we have a good meeting and a good conversation about the substantive content of this document, more so than those minor changes that appear to have been made over the years. But for the most part, this has not changed since 2014. And I will offer up to say that I have seen a whole bunch of handbooks in a whole bunch of different districts, and we can also provide resources like that for people if they're interested. Just reach out and let me know, and we'll work on scheduling the next opportunity to discuss this in depth and make it what we want it to be.
Great, thank you. And I'd also like to point out to the board that the documents that Seabury referenced are also printed out. So there's an example of another school district's handbook with different items for all of us to review. Some best practices are included in here. So please take a look through this packet. Okay, moving on. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Seabury.
Just a couple quick questions, Sharon. So how often are these handbooks usually updated?
So it depends on the board. I watch a lot of board meetings. I know that sounds kind of silly to some people, but I've seen boards do them annually.
Okay.
As a part of their routine practice. And I've seen boards do them less regularly, more around an election cycle. And I've seen boards who don't make substantive changes or even review them frequently. So it's really a broad
Okay.
spectrum. It just depends on the board. But I think, as many of us have heard, most recently at CSBA, but or over time, high-functioning boards use their handbook and refer to it and revisit it, and even just as a reminder of how we work together as a governance team. And I think, frankly, it's really important and helpful to have not a draft version, but a agreed upon, approved, and adopted version available on our website to the public, so they can see the routines and expectations we have of ourselves as a governance team as well. I think it will help with. I think it can't help. It can't hurt us. It will only help us if we have that kind of information available to our community.
And then just a couple more questions. And so if you were to just start with a handbook, does CSBA give a kind of template? I mean, how does someone first, like, how did this handbook first get started, do you think? I mean,
I would imagine it started with some CSBA
and then you
template,
kind of add your
and
own
then
flair,
it gets.
and your.
Well, there's policy that drives it too.
Right.
But there are certain pieces that are determined by the community itself and the board. For example, in here, there's expectations of each other around visiting sites. Every district will have that in a different way, because we're a district that has, sites where we don't have to divide up board members across sites, because we don't have 20 or 30 sites. Everyone can go to every site, whereas in other districts, they might assign a board member to a site.
Okay.
So those kinds of things are customized, and then there are other elements that are much more based off of board policies.
Okay. And then would a
Let me, Seabury, let me respond to that, because I've been around a long time with these board policies. They come from a template, essentially from CSBA. And then each district customizes it in terms of the community they live in and the kinds of issues they're dealing with.
Right.
But I think in today's world, 2018 is the last time we've added anything to it. It's a different world than when we initially, most of the text of this thing is from the past.
Yeah.
It really is. So I was pretty happy to see that you added the stuff from other districts that you picked up from CSBA, because the language is appropriate, I think, for some of the things that we're dealing with. But typically that's how it works, is it starts with the body of work done by a major organization, and then we fine tune it. And it's too long. I think 2014 was this edition first printed. I can't remember. Somewhere right around there. Then 2018 it was revised.
Okay.
So it's time to definitely take a look at it.
Yeah.
And I think also, Seabury, this is a great first step in the journey to a board self-evaluation, right? So because you need the handbook with some benchmarking and some procedures in place, and I think that would be, after we finalize the handbook, I think it would be an appropriate time to discuss doing a board evaluation, because then you can actually have a body of work to lean on when we're evaluating ourselves. And it's not a personal evaluation, it's about the work of the board and the productivity of the board. So I think that's why we really need this document finalized.
And would you typically have that evaluation piece in the handbook? I mean, would that be part of the?
There's a board policy around board
Okay,
self-evaluation.
but not like the actual evaluation itself.
No, but it's a board policy that provides the framework for that.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Thank you.
Do you mind if I ask a question? First of all, I've been going through it and highlighting, and it is available on our site, just to let the public know. And I also wanted to say that on page 9, it says that we're going to review and affirm it every year. It says right there, our annual governance workshop. So I'm glad that we're going to have one. I wanted to know, is there going to be an ability, say, I have got the ability to put in whatever my comments are about this, but is the public going to be able to input that as well? Not just at the meeting itself, but, ahead of time, like we're able to do. I didn't know if there was going to be an ability for them to do that. it might get, we might get some interesting feedback from that. At least that'll give us something to discuss when we're in our workshop. So I'm just throwing that one out, and I was wondering if that's going to be a possibility.
I would say that's a board determination. If that's of the interest of the board, then we can make that happen.
Okay, well, it's in the interest of this board member to have the public be able to have input into it prior to having our, general study session. And that way the public can, have buy-in when they're here and, when they're going to be at the general study session. Thank you.
I think it would be interesting, though, if there's any guidance around that and examples from CSBA about public input on board governance and policy.
We can get back to the board with that information.
Will you be getting back to the public about it as well, as to whether they're going to be able to allow to have input or not?
Well, let me get the information to the board first.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more comments on the board handbook? Marcus?
I just quickly glanced through it, and I couldn't see that there was anything specifically pertaining to student board members. I'm not sure if there's supposed to be, but I just wanted to ask if there was any, if anyone knows. And if not, do we have a student board member governance handbook at our school? 'Cause I know that some other school districts have that. And if not, it's something that we could create.
Marcus, to answer your question, there is no student-specific governance handbook, but there is a board policy that references student participation, and I can bring it to you.
Okay, but is that in the bylaws, or is that a separate thing?
It's a board policy.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll provide it.
Just one more thing. I just wanted to let the public know, because talking to the ether is kind of a strange thing to do. But I just want to let them know that the board policy and our board governance manual are all on our website and available for anybody who wants to take a look at it. It's interesting at reading.
Okay. So moving on, we will now, that concludes our action, information, and discussion agenda items. So we'll move on to the annual organization of the Board of Education. So this is what we do every year. We rotate board leadership. So under the Education Code and board bylaws, each year the Board of Education holds its annual organizational meeting in mid-December. At this meeting, the Board of Education is tasked with electing a president and a clerk, appointing the superintendent as the secretary to the board, authorizing signatures for district approval, approving a schedule of regular meetings and a governance calendar, and designating board representatives to serve on committees or commissions. We will go ahead and start with the election of the president, and then we'll move through the clerk, the secretary, the board representatives for the various committees, which we have printed out for you. And then we will, there's a few other things here down the line. So I will ask the board to please elect, it says elect a clerk did we go clerk first? We would be president, okay. So we'll go through for the election of the president. So we'll do board discussion, and then a motion and a roll call vote. So this is an action item. So I guess we'll start with you, Carl, and go down the line for the election of the board president. Oh, okay.
And Marcus has he might want to have an input as well.
Are we going to name the people who are running first, or because I can give commentary now, or I can give commentary after the what is the process for electing?
We just need a motion and a vote.
Okay.
There is no formalized process, so that's why I was just sort of going down the line. If somebody would like to nominate themselves, they can do so. If somebody would like to nominate somebody else, they can do so as well. So this is just really an election of board leadership by the board.
Okay. Then I'll give my comment now. But for the position of president, my support and nomination would be toward Anne Marie Rosen if she would be willing to run. And my reason for this is that Ms. Rosen has been among the board and from the district office the person who has been most actively supporting me, not just at but outside of board meetings, and texting me and emailing me and making it clear that she is willing to talk with me and answer any of my questions at any time. And we have talked. And so I'm thankful to you. I'm thankful to everyone here. And this is not putting anyone down, but I just wanted to say that Ms. Rosen has exceptionally made an effort to reach out to me outside of board meetings as well to answer any of my questions. And she asked me how my experience was at the conference, the student board member conference in San Francisco, and that would be my commentary. Thank you.
I will accept the nomination. Just throwing my name out there.
I'd also like to be considered too. I've learned so much from all of you over the past year, not quite a year since I was appointed. I was appointed 4-0 by my 4 colleagues, and I feel like you guys saw something in me as a good balance to the board and a good addition to the board. I've done as much reading and research and classes that I can. The CSBA has a online learning program that's included in our membership that it is not great. I've learned a lot from the Zoom trainings that we've done and the in-person trainings that I did at the conference, and I feel like I would be a good asset to this board. I also want to go back to the basics and stick to our bylaws and policies that are adopted and our governance handbook, because I think that's the only way we can keep stability, which the public is screaming for right now, and that's my pitch.
Well, you know, as long, it could be anybody not named Carl, okay? I'm so done with leadership over all these years, as clerk, as the president, and this is the final year of my 12 years of doing this. And, you know, there really isn't anybody in this board that wouldn't be effective as a president, in my opinion. I kind of tend to agree a little bit here. But there's something about Jason that is appealing to me, and it has to do with his clientele. And it's a piece of the community that is very seldom represented, I think, at the level that he brings to it. Because most of the people on the board are professionally oriented, and he's a general contractor type. So I think Anne Marie would be good. But for me, I think, you know, that's something that we haven't really had, is that kind of interface with the community. So that's kind of the way I see it.
I would just like to add that while I was one of the 4 that voted for Jason, I have been out there. I was elected by the general population of this school district. I've spent 3 years. I've asked to be, you know, the president of the board. I have gone to every time that has been an opportunity to sit in on any of the agenda planning sessions. I have been there. I have gotten my master's in governance. I have really put in the effort to do that. We have had, you know, a history of being able to have turnover, and I have been waiting. I've been waiting my turn for this one. I have really put in a lot of effort into this district, and I think that we've got some very difficult conversations that are, you know, going to be coming up, you know, in the near future, in terms of where we're going and what we're doing. And I certainly have been known for not shying away from difficult conversations. And I think that we can, you know, bring a different perspective to the board that we haven't seen for the last 3 years.
Well, I can say that I would like to be the president too, but because I feel like I put in my time, and I think I'm a pretty level-headed voice, and I feel like I do a pretty good job representing multiple stakeholders. But I don't feel like I could commit the amount of time that is needed to this position and do it justice. I think I have a full-time job, and that would honestly take away from the amount of time commitment I could put towards this position, and it wouldn't be fair. So I am not nominating myself. I do feel like we are in a critical time, and personally, I feel like I have 1 year left to really make a change. And that's really been weighing heavy on my heart, that I feel like I've committed 3 years, and majority of my time has been spent putting out fires, which I think was needed. But, I think that, one of the speakers asked earlier, why do board members run? And it's because you want to give the values and your flavor to what you feel is important. And I think that's why we're elected, is because we are who we are, and we're saying, this is who we are. If you like this, vote for me. And I honestly haven't felt like that we've had an opportunity to do that yet. And so for me, I think it's really important that this next year, when our term comes up, that we have a place that supports all voices of the board, and the board as a whole. And I feel like, I think Jason could be a good representative of that. I think that you've done a great job in taking the time to listen to people of multiple stakeholders. You have shown that you are committing the time to do it. And I think that we need a steady, calm presence, and I think that you offer that. That being said, Anne-Marie, I think that you continually push yourself to be the voice of those that you feel are not being heard, and I really appreciate that you do that. And I know that you take this job seriously, and you've done a lot of training to make sure that you are the best person that you can be as a board member, and I really respect that. But I really feel like we need someone in this position that can bring us all together. And for me, that's the most important thing. And I think we need someone that's has a calm presence. And I think, Jason, I think that you could offer that. So.
I believe that everyone on this board could serve as a functioning president, certainly. But my support and nomination still stands with Miss Anne-Marie Rosen. And another reason for that is I think that Anne-Marie Rosen and both Mr. Reminsby, you could, and you do have a calm presence on the board that could unify, but there is more to that, to what the president should be. And the president is the leading voice of the board. And I think Miss Anne-Marie Rosen has made an overt effort and emphasis on the importance of public and community input in just about every statement she has made at these meetings. And I think that is precisely what would be best for the community now, for the leading voice of the board to be. And so representing the student body, from my personal opinion, from what I believe that the board should have in terms of its representative and character traits, my support stands with Miss Anne-Marie Rosen. Thank you.
Before we make a vote, I did want to publicly thank Sarah for her time. I know, oh, sorry. I guess before we make a vote, I wanted to publicly thank Sarah for her commitment to, you've been through some really very difficult times. You led us through COVID, which I know was really hard. You took a lot of personal hits over and over again, and you continue to show up with integrity. And I respect you greatly for that. And I really appreciate your commitment and your commitment to step back in when Tess resigned. I know it hasn't been easy for you, and I really appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Comments or?
Yeah. So I make a motion to elect Jason as the board president.
Sorry. And can I get a second?
I would second that.
Okay. We'll go through a roll call vote.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
No.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you for the discussion, and welcome Jason as the board president moving forward after we do all this. So now we will go ahead and elect a clerk. So we'll go through the same discussion, motion, and roll call vote. Do you want to go down the line?
Who's interested? That's the.
I'll put my
do you
name
wanna
in
let
again.
Marcus, sorry, do you,
Marcus, you can.
do you want to go?
Well, I think I'll just reiterate my previous comments. This is another leadership position on the board, and if Anne-Marie Rosen would be willing, then this would be another role that I think she could fulfill. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I said I would be interested.
I would be interested too. I'd be interested in being the clerk. I think I would have the time commitment to dedicate to that. And I think it would be interesting in this last year to serve in a leadership position.
I could, oh, sorry, Jason, sorry. I think Seabury, just experiencing CSBA with you and sitting in the sessions with you, I saw your determination to learn more, and I think you have some great ideas regarding, the handbook and the board all the things that we sat in those sessions through. And I know you're very dedicated and passionate about your position on the board, and I think that you and Jason would make a good team now that Jason is board president. And so I would think that you would be great at that as clerk.
I appreciate so much about both of you and working with both of you, and I feel I could work with either one of you. How about now? Sorry, my voice is failing too. Seabury's comments tonight about unity and governance and documents and sticking to the rules, basically, I really enjoyed, and I'd like to see more of that moving forward, because I think we get in the weeds a little bit, and it shows during public comment or the public talking to each other here. All the governance classes talk about that this is a meeting between board members for the public for overview, not necessarily a back and forth, and we've let it get really in the weeds to where it's non-productive anymore, and we're missing out on all those opportunities. So yeah, I would put my support behind Seabury going in that direction of structure and by the book and moving forward. And that's not to discount Anne-Marie at all. I love your opinion, I love your passion about it, but I think what the community wants is a board that's willing to work together and is behind each other after board meetings. And once we make decisions, we all stand together, not necessarily looking for the controversy. And I'm not saying you always do that, but it's out there, and it's not always about the hard questions. Sometimes it's about the unity and bringing us together. So my support would go with Seabury also.
Mr. Minzy, could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean precisely by uniting the board together? I understand the fundamental concept of it, but like, what exactly do you mean when saying that?
So we are not individual voices, and there's not a speaker of the board. The governance training talks about we are a group of 5 people that rule together. Our decisions, we live and die by our decisions as the group, not one individual's decision is out. So if there's a 4-to-1 vote, even the one person that voted in opposition still should be supporting the board moving forward and beyond that, as far as in the public view and public and the outward looking motion, as we are one, regardless of if we disagree on a vote. You're one of 5, and the decision of the 5 is what stands, not necessarily personal opinions, is where I'm going with that.
Yes. Thank you for elaborating that. I just wanted to make sure that, because it is a lofty idea, and that there's a lot to it. And I just want to understand what precisely more. But thank you for.
No, absolutely. I think it's a big hope, and I hope we can make it work. But this group of 5, I wouldn't rather work with anybody else. I've sat down and had coffee or breakfast with every individual together, and they all bring separate things to the table. That the one common thing is the students, and everybody has love for their students. Everybody has their own way and their own opinion of how we make that happen, but this is all about the students and supporting staff and indirectly supporting the students.
I don't understand. So the unity portion of this discussion that we're having means that we can't have any other voices that are similar or dissimilar to everyone else, that nobody else can express what somebody else in this district might be feeling, that we all have to be united front? Is that what I'm hearing from you? Because that doesn't sound right.
No, not from me, but once we make a decision, like the governance classes have taught me, and I talked to multiple former board members, and they say you guys need to get together as a board. Once you make a decision, everybody supports that decision after the fact, and that's what I'd like to see moving forward.
And I haven't
I didn't
somehow.
Say, I didn't say you hadn't. I say as a group of our 5, I think we all need to work towards that is all I'm saying. I'm not making any accusations or trying to talk down to anybody. Like I said, I appreciate everybody's opinion on this board.
And that's not how it's coming across.
I am sorry that it comes across that way. That's not my intention at all.
Yeah, I'm not going to make a motion, but I'm the time guy here. I'm not coming back, period. I don't know if any other board member can say that, but I can. And I don't know. It seems to me that I have been involved in making an awful lot of decisions that have not necessarily worked that well, mainly in the superintendent domain. Okay. I'm more interested in what this group wants to do than what I want to do. Because I think there's a high probability that some of you are going to be back, probably at least 3 of you. So I don't know. I think there's really good points to be made. I think different voices are a good thing. I think whoever is the president, should be able to work with anybody, but may have a vision that sees a more cohesive presentation. And so I have to kind of respect that too. But I think it's fair to say that Anne Marie is very outspoken, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think, quite honestly, as a board, maybe we should be saying a little more than we do within the parameters of what we can do. So I don't know. I just don't see this as being my call. I really don't.
I just think that historically, we have had an underrepresentation from the populations that I have, historically represented. In this board, we just haven't heard from our outlying areas. We haven't heard from the people who are, disadvantaged in some way. And I think that that is something that, we really should be taking a look at. And I think that just by my challenging you and making you think beyond the box that you are, dealing with all the time, I don't think that that is a disadvantage. I think that that's an advantage that I bring to the board. And the fact that I have asked for, board leadership for every single solitary time it's come up. Not because I want to raise Cain wherever I go, but I think that I can bring a different perspective, and I'm definitely not a, contractor, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't have an understanding of what it is to be a contractor. I think that I bring a very different voice to our board, and I believe that that is a necessary portion of where we are. We have got, community members that I represent very well, and I think that by not having somebody in board leadership that, brings that about and is willing to have the tough discussions is going to be unfortunate if we don't do that. But I can't make your votes for you.
I'd like to echo Miss Anne Marie Rosen's comments, and I think that is one of your strong suits and one of your key traits on this board is that you do provide that different perspective consistently. And it's not a different perspective that is worse, it's a different perspective that is just as important as any other perspective, and it's precisely what is needed in a legislative and judicial body that this board is. It is through that process of there is one side where this is probably the commonly held idea, let's say, and a different perspective is brought up, and when those are discussed and those tough discussions are held, that is when the truth is found. And that is the foundation of our judicial system in the United States, is that these opposing ideas are brought to the table, and there is a tough discussion held, and the truth is hopefully found. And I think having that sort of attribute in a person is something that is essential and incredibly important on a board, and to have that in a leadership role is really important. So, thank you.
Doesn't sound like a high school kid, does he? And I can't nominate him, so that's out. I don't know. The will of the board, whatever the comfort level is, I will go with it.
And I make a motion to elect Anne Marie Rosen for clerk of the board.
These conversations are so awkward to have.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
problem.
seeing that there was no motion, or no second to the motion, we'll go ahead and continue the discussion. Jason.
These conversations are so awkward to have because we all work together and we all have to work together. And like I said, I can work with anybody. My preference would be Seabury because we're obviously talking about the same things. And I'd like to work closer with Seabury. She's on her last year out. Emery brings a lot to the table, and she's not going to stop. And she's going to run next year and come back in. Seabury's out after this one. So I'll make a motion to nominate Seabury for clerk of the board.
Do we have a second? Do you want? Do you want?
The board's comfort level is, I will second it.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
No.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you, board, and Marcus, for those discussions. As Jason mentioned, they're difficult ones to have. So thank you all very much.
I would just like to thank everyone for having a difficult discussion. It's something that is unusual for this board, and I applaud you guys for having the discussion at least. Thank you.
Can I make a quick comment too?
Sure.
I want to say the exact same thing, is that these are difficult discussions to have. They are awkward. And everyone on this board brings really important skills and different attributes to the table. And everyone can do a great job in these positions. But sometimes there are certain skills or attributes that should be elevated dependent upon what the community needs and concerns are. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
You know, sometimes it's easier to express yourself when you are not in a board leadership position. Because when you get into those positions, you fall very heavily into guidelines and expectations, protocols, and things like that. The greatest freedom you can have on the board is to, in my opinion, not be in a leadership position. Board presidents direct traffic, and clerks sign a lot of papers. That's kind of what they do. And so the truth of the matter is, you know, you need people that are not bound by leadership constraints. I know it sounds a little crazy, but it is true. And I've been a board president 4 times and a clerk as many times. And you find yourself in those roles essentially as a traffic director, asking for motions and things like that. So, you know, Anne Marie's going to be Anne Marie, whether she's a clerk or whether she's not. And that's who she is. And I appreciate her, you know, being who she is. So I just needed to say sometimes there's a certain level of freedom. You have to have been there to know that. But once you get there, you wind up trying to reach consensus with people. And that's the hardest part of the job, is to get the others to reach consensus. And so that's it for me.
While I appreciate your candor, Carl, it doesn't take away any of the sting. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to the organization of the board, agenda item C. This is the appointment of the executive secretary to the board. I would ask the board to please appoint our acting superintendent as secretary to the board. This happens with every annual organizational meeting, so may I please receive a motion to appoint Sharon as the secretary to the board?
So moved.
I'll second.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Oh, yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Okay, for agenda item D, we'll need this paper in front of you. So this is to approve the appointments of the board representatives and alternates to the various organizations and subcommittees. So you see here the name, we have 3 committees: Community Human Services, the Mission Trails Occupation Executive Board, and the Monterey County School Board Association. We have a representative and an alternate for each of these. So we'll start with Community Human Services. So our representative is Anne Marie and our alternate is Jason. Do both of you still want to continue in those roles, or would you like to not, and then the board can see if somebody else would be interested?
I'd like to step down as the alternate on that one. The Thursday morning meetings after the board meetings are tough for me, getting back to work and getting the guys home. I want to
No,
leave as the
he
alternate,
does
step
not.
down.
Okay. When did you say their meetings are? Oh, go ahead, Carl.
No, I was just going to say, that's one that I would like to be on. And I started it, and then, of course, Jason came on, and, you know, he was interested in it. I kind of let it go. But, you know, I've noticed, I don't know if you've noticed, but if you're on any of these committees, they often invite both the rep and the alternate. Anne Marie's shaking her head yes. They kept inviting me to Community Human Services long after I was no longer on there. I don't know, just like to do more there and try it there. The other one that I'm on, Mission Trails Regional Occupation.
Well, we haven't gotten, hold on, let's get,
Well, okay, one at a time. No.
yeah, let's go one at a time.
Go.
Carl, did you want to be the representative or the alternate?
No, I want you to be the representative.
I never asked to be alternate. I never asked to be the representative right now.
What would you like to do?
I would like to remain as the representative, but that doesn't seem to be going my way tonight, so.
Of course it is. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm only looking at the alternate position that was given up by Jason. That's it for me.
I wholeheartedly support Community Human Services and Mission Trails ROP, but if somebody else is interested, I've been outvoted.
So if, Jason, if you'd no longer like to be the alternate, and Seabury, would you like to be I'll make a motion for Carl to be the alternate for Community Human Services.
No, we're keeping Anne Marie as the representative, though, correct?
Yeah, we haven't gotten there yet. Carl was.
We just do one position at a
Yeah,
time for
we'll
each
just do
board.
one
Okay.
position at a time. So,
I'll second that.
okay.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Okay. And Anne Marie, you'd like to stay the representative for Community Human Services?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we'll move down to Mission Trails.
I'll make
vote
a
again. Okay,
motion for Anne Marie to stay the representative in Community Human Services.
Okay, I'll second.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
And I'll go ahead and make the motion for Anne Marie for the representative for the Mission Trails Regional Occupation Executive Board.
I'd like to nominate her to continue in that role as the representative
Why?
to Mission Trails.
Well, I just made the motion. I need a second.
Oh, did somebody already make the motion?
I just made the motion.
I didn't hear you make it. I thought you were asking for it. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'll
Okay, well,
second.
then I'll second it.
Okay.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Okay. So for the alternate for Mission Trails, so Carl, you are currently the alternate. Would you like to stay the
No. And I'll tell you why. I've been working with that program for 20 years trying to get career tech ed moving forward and have hit a pretty solid wall most of those years. There's a changing paradigm. And Anne Marie's pretty up to date on what that is in terms of the kind of money that we're going to be using and spending and the kind of programs, how they might develop. And I have not put in the amount of time and energy here to be of any assistance at all. So I'm out.
Okay.
I have a question for Anne Marie. Are they the same as with the CHS board where they would involve both of us if I was the alternate?
Not
involved, but I would just like to see what happens there.
Yes,
Okay.
you just need, it's not a fixed location, it's a
Moves up
moving
and down.
location, so it
From King
rolls.
City to Carmel?
King City all the way out to North County,
Okay.
Correct.
about 6 times a year.
Are you interested in that, Jason?
Yeah, I'm interested in that one. I'd like to be the alternate on that one.
Okay. Seabury, well, do you also want to be the alternate on that?
I would be interested in it as well, but I think if you have an interest, I'll defer.
I would be okay if you were interested in it. It's fine, with the board president stuff, there's going to be a steep learning curve
Yeah.
and more stuff to do, and I have other classes scheduled for spring too.
And so, Anne Marie, can you elaborate a little bit on the time commitment?
It's one meeting every, not every other month, but it's about 6-7 times a year. They meet down they start about 6 o'clock, go till about 8, and it's floating wherever it is. You have their program that they present to you. It's their students present whatever it is that they are trying to showcase for their programs. And they usually have their culinary program, provide dinner for you. It's a very nice event. So,
And you said that they usually request that both the representative and alternate are there?
No.
No, okay. Yeah, I think it would be, I know this is a passion of yours, and I feel the same way. I think CTE is really important, and I think you have some good ideas, and so I think it'd be fun to work with you on that.
Okay, so I'll make a motion for Seabury as the alternate for the Mission Trails Regional Occupation Executive Board.
I'll second that.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Okay. Last but not least, so this is the Monterey County School Board Association Executive Council Legislative Representative Liaison. So currently, this is Seabury and I. How do you feel about this? Oh, so now you're the alternate for Mission Trails, so do you?
I would rather defer that to somebody else. I would probably like to step down from that position if someone else was interested
Okay.
in it.
Is there anybody else interested in being the alternate?
I'd be willing to.
Okay. Carl, do you want any part of the Monterey County School Board as an alternate, or let Jason? This is all very.
Honestly,
No.
Okay. Anne Marie, would you? Or do you have any interest in being the alternate, or? I don't know.
Jason already asked
I'm just
for it,
going
so
around. I don't know. I'm just going around trying to include everybody in these very difficult conversations. Feels hard. So
these are all on Zoom, correct? Are they
these
meeting? Or do
these
they,
are all on Zoom, and then there's that annual event that they hold. So.
Sarah, are you interested in staying as a representative?
Yeah, I can stay as the representative. Admittedly, I have not been as engaged as I could have been with the responsibilities of being board president. So I feel like now I would be able to dedicate more time to being our representative and bring back more information from MCOE to the board, to the community, and probably have better report outs and be more engaged. So I would be happy to stay in that role. And I'd be happy to make the motion for Jason Remenzi to be the alternate for the MCOE Executive Council Legislative Representative Liaison.
I can second that.
Board
I ask-
Member Sarah, oh,
I'm sorry, could I ask a quick question? Are student board members able to be appointed to these committees in any way? I don't want to take any positions from the board members, but perhaps attached? Because I know that student board members do have the right to be appointed to these sort of subcommittees. Is that on the table?
So these are specific board committees for this evening. I'm looking at council. Is there a separate process to nominate a student board member as a liaison to committees?
And I think all of these are open to the public, I assume. So maybe we could invite Marcus for them.
So I guess my point, or my question would be, I think, or answer would be, I think it depends on the committee, because in many cases, these are outside committees that are asking for you to provide someone to them, so it would probably be their rules that would dictate who could sit on those committees. My guess is that in most cases, they ask for voting board members, is my presumption. I don't know if that's true, so that may be, if there's an interest in doing that, reaching out to those organizations and asking if that's a limitation or not, and then the board could maybe make a conditional appointment on that basis
Okay.
if that's what it wants to do.
Okay, thank you.
Marcus, is there one that you're interested in particular?
The last one here, I was interested in, but this is also, I'm sorry. The Monterey County School Board Association Executive Council / Legislative Representative Liaison. It looked like it was most pertinent to what my responsibilities are. But also this for the future, so student board members could potentially be attached to these when these are held.
So I think the right next step.
Let me ask a question. Wouldn't it be possible for the representative to bring an ASB president along?
I know that for the mission trails, most definitely. I invited Jack along a couple of times. He was not able to make the meeting, but since it's so late in the evening, the problem with like community human services, it's on a Thursday. It's on a Thursday from 11 to 1. So it's in the middle of your school day. But you certainly, I would take pleasure in having you come visit either one of those if you can, afford the time away on a Thursday. We're not meeting tomorrow, but we will the Thursday after our board meeting in January. You're more than welcome to come along. It is very interesting what services they have to offer, and they do have quite a few services available to high school level and all of our school levels. And either one that I sit on, you're more than welcome to come along. And I brought Jason along, so I would happily bring anyone else along who wants to go.
I'd have to check, but definitely, I appreciate saying that as well. Yes. But also, if it might be possible for the board to reach out to these organizations and see which ones actually do offer official student board members, but I would be very grateful to be able to come.
I will ask for my two.
If I could come and just
And-
like
Yeah, I
like
think that's,
oversee and like just like come and like be a spectator perhaps for one of the sessions, and then in the future if it could be officially, if possible, we can figure out how that would be depending on what the response is from the organizations.
It would be an interesting proposition for community human services to
microphone.
have those school reps. It would be an interesting proposition for community human services to have at least one meeting with all of the ASB presidents and the schools that are served throughout the area. And that might be a good way to do it. To bring them all in and to do an instructional thing first about who we are, what we do, why we do it, how it's funded. And then, it also has that possibility of bringing other school leaders, high school leaders together in a common area of community service.
Community Human Services not only has school representatives, it has city representatives. So you will see the, you know, the city council member from
Correct.
Delray Oaks, from Seaside, from, you know,
Doesn't every
City of
district
Sand City.
have one though, Anne Marie? I think every school district is, like us, has a participating member, along with what she's talking
Yeah.
about. It's a lot of.
I get to see all the board members from all the different boards around us. In addition, I get to meet a lot of the city council members or the mayors of the neighboring cities. So it's very interesting. It's localized to the peninsula areas. It doesn't go down South County.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. You're more than welcome to come along.
But I think it would be great, though, to actually make it official, because I think it's a good, I love the idea of engaging our student board member more in some of what's allowed for you to be engaged in the board. And I think this is a really good example of one of those opportunities. And so I think it'd be great to make this actually official, so your predecessor can take on your role.
Okay, so we,
Is that it? Or-
no, that's not it. So we need to do a roll call vote. There was a motion and a second for Jason as the alternate for the Monterey County School Board Association Executive Council Legislative Representative Liaison.
That's going to be Jason, right?
We need to do a roll call vote.
Board Member Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar?
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen?
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi?
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
And I'd be happy to stay on as the representative.
I'll make a motion that Sarah Hines stays on as the representative for the Monterey County School Board Association Executive Council and Legislative Representative Liaison.
I'll second that.
Board Member Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar?
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen?
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi?
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Michelle will provide an updated board committee liaisons list and send that out. Agenda item E, this is Resolution 23-21. This is to approve designation of authorized agents for the Carmel Unified School District. And this says Yvonne. I don't know. Sorry, Yvonne.
Hi, I don't have the resolution in front of me, but it's up there on the screen.
Yes.
And this is also an annual resolution for your organization designating authorized agents of the district with the superintendent and myself as signatories.
Great. Can I get a motion to approve Resolution 23-21? This is the designation of authorized agents for the Carmel Unified School District.
So moved.
Second.
Board Member Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar?
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen?
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi?
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Yvonne. Lastly, for our organization of the board, we did a first read in the last meeting of the Board of Education meetings for the period of July 2024 through July 2025. So can I please get a motion to approve a schedule of regular meetings for the year and a board governance calendar stating the time when the board will address governance matters?
So moved.
Second.
Board Member Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar?
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen?
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi?
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
Great, so that concludes the organization of the board portion of this meeting and the open session of the meeting. So I will list out the closed session agenda items before we adjourn to closed. So agenda item A for closed session is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, Division 2, 1 case. Closed session agenda item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D1, Davie versus Carmel Unified School District, Monterey Superior Court, case number 23CV003167. C, public employee discipline dismissal release complaints pursuant to Government Code 54957, subdivision 1. D, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, negotiators Craig Chavez regarding ACT, CSCA, and non-represented groups. E, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957, interim superintendent. We will go ahead and adjourn to closed session and come back. Thank you.
Coming out of closed session, there is nothing to report out. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.